Standing in front of you is Sinethemba Zungu. I am a part of the project team, and I will be absolutely thrilled to facilitate today's session. So just to give a broad outline of how day 2 will be unfolding, we will be getting a keynote lecture from Dr. Mlungisi Cele, followed by a panel discussion, and then tea break, and then we will start with our breakaway sessions between 11 and 12, where our authors will be presenting their abstracts, and then we will continue with the breakaway sessions between 12 and 1. And then we will have lunch at 1 p.m. today, followed by a closing lecture on design thinking, innovation, and sustainability at 2 to 2:30, and then the closing and synthesis at 2:30 until 3. And then 3 will be the end of day 2 of this amazing conference. So I just want to apologize for the slight delay this morning, but we will be starting promptly now. Thanks for your patience. So just to broadly introduce our first keynote lecture for this morning, which will be Dr. Mlungisi Cele, who is serving as a Chief Executive Officer of the National Advisory Council on Innovation, which is NARCI, which is a statutory advisory body to the South African government on STI issues. He has made substantial contributions in the development of the 2023 new strategic management model for the STI, decadal plan for science technology, the 2030 National Foresight Exercise on STI, the 2020 Monitoring and Evaluation Framework for the National System of Innovation, and reviews of the National Research and Development Strategy and 10-year innovation plan, and the 1996 white paper on science and technology. He is a representative of South Africa in various STI multilateral forums, such as the G20 Scientific Advisors, OECD, and BRICS. He is a member of the Ministerial High-Level Panel on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and Wits Council and Senate. He has studied, worked, and developed passion and interest and networks in science, technology, and innovation and higher education policy studies, and holds a PhD in higher education studies and a master's in philosophy and science and technology studies. Dr. Mlungisi Cele has studied and worked intensively in the fields of science, technology, and innovation, policy, and higher education policy research. He has, that should be enough. Okay, I can hear Dr. Mlungisi Cele just saying that should be enough before we all begin to get intimidated by his amazing work that he has done. But to broadly wrap it up, he has extensive experience within the STI sector, and we look forward to his lecture on national systems of innovation and SDGs in South Africa. Without further delay, Dr. Mlungisi Cele, please come up.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope you are all well. Okay, Sanbonan. Is it up? Presentation mode. No, cool. Yeah, because greetings to Professor Mieni and the team that has put together this wonderful conference. We are pleased, colleagues, that you could also take some time off from your busy schedule to join us, even those who are joining us online. I want to make a disclaimer before I proceed, Professor Min, that maybe two disclaimers. The first one, I'm not going to directly speak to your topic, partly because the different interventions yesterday and those that are following after me will delve into some aspects of what you have asked us to do. But the second reason is that I wanted to share more about our policies as South Africa on science, technology, and innovation and what we are doing, without assuming that people who are present here know what those policies are and what they seek to do. But because it's also an academic conversation, colleagues, I want to declare that we tried, in thinking about this presentation, to revisit some of what you'll call your theoretical or conceptual frameworks, so that we're not being seen, Professor Miene, that we're taking people for granted. So our framing of the presentation is informed by what is traditionally called as political economy. So that's the tradition that we have utilized in thinking about our input. So if the presentation doesn't speak to your theoretical or conceptual framework, or we're missing some aspects of it, please, colleagues, just appreciate that maybe it's the framework that we have utilized, which is political economy, and we can have a discussion around that, okay? And therefore, we thought that maybe we should talk about what is called the topic, the transformation of knowledge for South Africa's future, as a way of locating our talk this morning. This chap said this thing is moving. Bro, please come. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, because he showed me something else. So as a start, colleagues, it's important to also remind ourselves some aspects that colleagues touched on yesterday to situate our talk. That's maybe there are 3 or 4 or 5 dimensions that we would like to raise, which partly characterize our context. The first one is what the heads of state and government recently confirmed at the United Nations, or on the occasion of the adoption of the Pact for the Future by the United Nations. They said that as a world, we find ourselves in the profound global transformation. This is what our leaders said. And I will encourage you to go and read that pact. But a range of academics have also characterized our moment as that the world is on the brink, if it hasn't already sunk, in the brink of polycrisis. Which consist of a variety of intersecting factors, whether it's growing inequality, poverty, the social reproduction crisis, climate change, the water, energy, food nexus. All of these they coalesce around the notion of polycrisis that the world finds itself. The second most important feature I wanted to share here is the fact that we continue to live in a global economy. A global economy that is underlined by innovation and information communications technologies, which are both knowledge intensive. And at the heart of global economy is this trend called the economic globalization, which I'm sure most of you would have come across. But our interest is how economic globalization, which is a neoliberal, has impacted on higher education policy, on research and innovation, and the research and development patterns. We'll talk about that because it's got resonance. In fact, Professor Mien, it continues to shape the way our universities have been designed, redesigned, and the research programs, even the funding models. But what we are also observing in the current situations of conflicts globally, whether you're talking about the Ukraine, Russia, the Palestine question, the Sudan, the various conflicts in Africa, we are increasingly seeing the securitization and the weaponization of science, technology, and innovation as a major problem. So in other words, science, technology, and innovation, rather than serving as a public good, it's now being treated as a matter of national security. So we can talk about that. But just to help colleagues to understand what we're talking about, just as an example, it's not exactly that. You remember that during COVID, developing countries like South Africa couldn't access the vaccines, right? Because the developed countries, they hold it, right? So there are implications when science, technology, innovation is weaponized, is securitized, because it's no longer served that public good. Others are now even talking about us needing to talk about science for peace and solidarity and human rights rather than science for death. We are still dealing with the effects, colleagues, and confronting the post-COVID era. And in respect of national systems of innovation or science, technology, innovation systems, we know how COVID impacted on universities. Some researchers died, some students died, budget cuts were experienced. And of course, we are experiencing rapid disruptive technological changes, whether you're talking about generative artificial intelligence, or what some, even yesterday, were characterizing as a moment of digital transformation. These are some of the massive trends or forces or dimensions that are impacting our understanding of humanity. Just to quote or to make sense of what we're saying about what the heads of state said regarding this profound global transformation, they said we are at a time of profound global transformation. We are confronted by rising catastrophic and existential crises or risks, many caused by the choices we make. Fellow human beings are enduring terrible suffering. If we do not change course, we risk tipping into a future of persistent crisis and breakdown. Yet this is also a moment of hope and opportunity. Global transformation is a chance for renewal and progress grounded in our common humanity. Advances in knowledge, science, technology, and innovation could deliver a breakthrough to a better and more sustainable future for all. As noted by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, our world systems are plagued by intersecting polycrises, such as inequality, development, financing, the climate crisis, the impact of new technologies. He continued to warn that in all of these areas, progress is slipping out of reach as our world becomes more unsustainable, unequal, and unpredictable. Conflicts are raging, the climate crisis is accelerating, inequalities are growing, and new technologies have unprecedented potential for good and bad. So, Professor Mien, even if I were to stop here, I would have addressed your topic. Am I right? Okay. Just on the notion of globalization and knowledge, colleagues, that I've referred to, just briefly for colleagues to appreciate, you also know that globalization, the impact of globalization has led to what some have called the commodification of knowledge, which entails increased production, sponsorship, and dissemination of research by commercial enterprises, applied research, and intellectual property norms. The commodification of knowledge production is related mainly to two factors. Namely, it is the third economic development function that universities to perform after the advent of industrialization. Of course, the traditional two functions of universities were teaching and learning. The second one, which refers to internal changes to science systems. It involves changes within science itself, whereby there's been a shift from basic curiosity-driven type research or blue sky to transdisciplinary or strategic research. In other words, knowledge that is produced in the context of its application by involving heterogeneous teams. And that's what Professor Zeleza had said. In other words, colleagues, those of you would have heard this concept of mode one, from knowledge production mode 1 to knowledge production mode 2. Mode 1 production is motivated by scientific knowledge alone. That's basic research, which is not primarily concerned by the application, by the applicability of its findings. Mode 2, it's slightly the opposite. And it promotes social accountability, heterogeneity, and so forth. Now, of course, when you narrow and you look at ourselves as South Africa, we are a country that is characterized by uneven development. 30 years since our democratic breakthroughs, South Africa is the most unequal country in the world. This is what the World Bank found recently when they looked at the customs, the countries that constitute the customs, Namibia, Lesotho, and Botswana. We are the most unequal country. And after centuries of colonial occupation and decades of racial capitalism and apartheid, the current state of South Africa critically reflects the balance of forces achieved in seeking to redress the accumulated legacies from the principal contradiction of combined uneven and unequal development on the one hand, and increasing demand for an improved quality of life and well-being of all South Africans. This is who we are. This is the nature of our society, colleagues. Now, with that understanding of uneven development, science technology system, as Professor Mieni asked us, or the national systems of innovation, is expected to respond both to the global and the local or the national challenges. Just for those of you who may not be familiar with our post-1994 apartheid science, technology, and innovation policy trajectory, this slide, colleagues, summarizes everything that the South African government has attempted to do to transform a system that was once meant to serve just about 5 million people in 1994 to a system that must now serve over 60 million people. In other words, we needed to transform that system so that it meets the basic needs of our people. And I've already spoken to those. So we do not want to repeat, Dr. Mieni, what's written in that slide. Suffice to say, maybe talk about two principal policy interventions. In 1996, the White Paper on Science and Technology, it introduced our transformation agenda, as it were, and for the first time introduced the notion of innovation into the lexicon of our science, technology, and innovation policy. We didn't have the National System of Innovation or the Science, Technology, Innovation System. We only could speak about Science and Technology System, which was narrow. And it had its own challenges. Amongst them, the issues around human resources. There were very few women, Blacks at the time, who were scientists, engineers, technologists. And we had a lot of white aged males in the system. Unfortunately, that challenge remains. But we also had a system that was fragmented and incoherent. Fast forward in 2019, government tried to renew the science and technology policy by adopting a new framework or transformation agenda encapsulated in the white paper, as well as its implementation plan, which is the decadal plan. Just for colleagues to appreciate the topic that we have been asked to, this is our understanding of what a national system of innovation is all about. Professor Short and others, they will probably talk to these things, how we have undergone 3 phases, including this national system of innovation. Not so sure if you can see, but we're trying to show you what constitutes the national system of innovation in South Africa from the public sector point of view. It's not just the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation and few science councils, but it includes a range of institutions, including universities, SOEs, and so forth, and the research and laboratories and facilities. And it's just the public. If you add on the private sector, the civil society, then the picture becomes even much more bigger. So colleagues, please understand that as we speak as South Africans, this is the vision that we are driving towards. We seek to achieve a science, technology, and innovation enabling sustainable and inclusive development in a changing world, with a focus on deepening knowledge economy for enhanced socio-economic impact, which is the overriding theme for the implementation plan of the white paper. This is what South Africa has adopted officially as its strategic approach and the transformation agenda. Remember what the heads of state said, that science, technology, and innovation breakthroughs, they hold so much promise to resolve some of the pressing global societal challenges. And this is how, as South Africa, we are intending to respond to that or contribute to the resolution of those societal challenges, which were summarized a few years back as Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, as it were. So the philosophy of the decadal plan, firstly, the white paper highlighted 2 priorities, namely continuing to develop the system and supporting research, as well as to enhance the impact derived from STI, to derive maximum impact from NSI to help address the challenges. We recognize that there are pockets of excellence, including at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So the intention as we move forward is to continue developing the system, support the institutions, and develop research capacity and high-end skills. We see the role of social sciences and humanities as important, and therefore it should be mainstreamed in all programs and projects to address the complexity of the challenges facing South Africa. There's also a deliberate focus on just transitions. And just transitions, now understand, it's not about a matter of energy, but it also talks to health, education, and a range of other dimensions. That's how we are understanding and seeking to advance programs. So I'll now just be brief, colleagues, so that we don't go over time. But what are some of our key strategic priorities as a country? The decadal plan, we did not thumbsuck, colleagues, the priorities. We followed a systematic process called the foresight exercises. It's part of the strategic intelligence. You look into you cast your eyes into the future, 10, 20 years, 30 years in some context. In our case, we said by 2030, what future possibilities can we envisage or imagine? And we then had to work backward from those futures. And we emerged with 9 strategic, we call it STI domains, They are on your left. They include circular economy, nutrition security, water security. So this study happened between 2018 and 2020, colleagues, right? We said South Africa will experience water security challenge. It should address it, right? Did we lie about this challenge of water security? We didn't. You are now being told everywhere about this problem, and it's gonna deepen and continue. The situation is gonna get worse, colleagues. And again, we're beginning to see in some places in the Eastern Cape where people are now beginning to scramble for food and nutrition. It's a big problem, it's growing. But in crafting, in considering what should then go into the official policies, the government emerged with a set of priorities. Firstly, they clustered the first of priorities to say we need to provide sectoral support to existing industries or primary sectors of the economy, mining, agriculture, manufacturing, which we know they are the backdrop, they've been the backdrop of our economy. So we said we need to modernize those sectors of the economy using STI. But we also realized that we need to build the high-tech industries, such as the bio-innovations, and take advantage of the emerging opportunities globally. We then said we need to establish big programs in health innovation, sustainable energy. Again, who can dispute the notion that we have a huge energy crisis in this country? And when we were conducting this foresight exercise, some people were saying to us, you are dreaming. There's no way that ESCOM monopoly could be unbundled. And at the time, ESCOMs appeared to be intact, that there was very limited possibility of introducing alternative sources of energy. But when you embark on a foresight thinking, you absolve yourself of the immediate problems and cast your eyes, consider a set of policies. We could see that the future of South Africa needed sustainable energies as part of the energy mix. And the new sources of growth, because we're saying for our economy to grow, there are two possibilities that could emerge. That's digital economy and circular economy. But then we also thought that there were some areas that are much larger, which require a broad whole of society approach to resolve them. That's climate change, including circular economy and sustainability. It's a societal grand challenge. The education for the future and the future of society and the world of work, colleagues. No one is certain, at least about what does the future of our society look like. Everybody talks about, oh, do we know where our society is going? What does the future hold? And therefore, universities must then reflect in terms of what type of education should be offered to our kids. That will meet not the type of, those of us who are having children now, we're not talking about them. We are talking about maybe the 5-year-olds and those who are still going to be born. What type of education should be offered? And that's what we're thinking, colleagues. So the three societal grand challenges that are yet to be developed, again, these are some of the issues that we, for instance, on climate change, we are saying that issues around biodiversity loss, waste, pollution, and soil erosion should be focused on. Okay. So let me at least so if one talks to Professor, I mean, to the two programs, the health innovation and energy innovation colleagues, so that you can understand what we're having in mind. Most people are now experiencing huge mental health issues, perhaps in the manner that has never been seen before. and COVID worsened that situation. So you can't escape including mental health in the way you're thinking about health going forward. And you need strong research support. But as a country, we also need to develop strong vaccine manufacturing capability so that we don't rely on international pharmaceutical industries or developed economies to provide. We need to develop those capabilities as a country. Okay, so that's what South Africa we are prioritizing. So that maybe sometime when you hear the president or ministers talk to these components around the fact that Africa needs to have its own vaccine manufacturing program, colleagues, you understand that that's not theory, it's not fiction. That work is happening as we speak. And it came out of our experience with COVID. And this slide illustrates what we're trying to do, taking advantage of existing investments in health in the different aspects, whether it's diagnostics, API manufacturing, cluster, drug discovery and development, therapeutics. We're putting all of those things together to evolve a huge program that can benefit not just South Africa. And then, of course, the Hydrogen Society Roadmap that Cabinet approved, whose vision is to have an inclusive, sustainable, and competitive hydrogen economy by 2050, with the goal of achieving a just and inclusive net zero carbon economic growth. So, Professor, we understand that maybe to some colleagues, it may be a challenge to follow what we're trying to do, but it's also about introducing them so that they can understand. Because this Hydrogen Society Roadmap, KZN is at the heart of it, because there is a plan, we call it Hydrogen Valley, the conversion of heavy-duty diesel trucks, from Richards Bay, that corridor, right through Northwest. It's part of this transformation that we are hard at work to transform. Introducing hydrogen, right? It's part of it's an official government strategy, and the project is part of the presidential infrastructure project. So you can see on the map where that corridor, where it goes. And it's a similar thing with agriculture. I said we're seeking to revitalize the agricultural sector. So this is an illustration of what we are trying to do. Yeah. Dr. Amin, I'm left with 2 minutes, right? Let me see what's. So before I conclude, colleagues, as well, open science is another big issue, policy issue for us. As South Africa, we have embraced and accepted open science as a strategic objective that we want to pursue. The white paper has adopted the principle of open science. And our minister has said open science is open in two senses. Firstly, it's open to all traditions and sources of knowledge, including indigenous knowledges. And secondly, open as public goods for the global knowledge commons. And therefore, progressive STI must not just be open, but also collaborative, transdisciplinary, and based on equality. UNESCO, which is at the heart of driving open science, has described or characterized open science as an inclusive construct that combines various movements and practices, aiming to make multilingual scientific knowledge openly available, accessible, and reusable for everyone, to increase scientific collaboration and sharing of information for the benefits of science and society. Please, colleagues, again, we are encouraging you. We are in a process of developing an open science strategy. We've got a draft, and this is its vision. So we will welcome your contribution. Okay. This guy's name. maybe it's just 2 slides so that colleagues also appreciate when you see traditional healers in Inyanga nezangoma in South, don't assume that we're not doing anything as a country. South Africa is one of the few countries that has an IKS policy and a legislation. This was recently confirmed at the UNESCO AU conference in Addis Ababa, that we are a pathfinder in this area. We've got a legislation that is seeking to promote, preserve, and make sure that we develop and manage indigenous knowledge systems. And there are processes to accredit those who are practicing in future, so that they can also be able to access medical aid schemes or medical aids and issue you with the certificates of the leave of absence. And the University of Northwest, I'm aware, offers a bachelor's degree in indigenous knowledge system. So that you don't think that our work is just esoteric. So we've developed an extended presentation, Professor Mwen. We'll make it available to those who are interested. This is the last slide, colleagues. Just see how we compare as South Africa with the rest of the world in respect of our capabilities. And then so that you can appreciate that we all have to work a little bit harder and smart. So we can see that in different dimensions, we're really not faring well. And we need to improve. Maybe in terms of scientific infrastructure, Petros, we're slightly doing better. But in other areas, colleagues, there's a lot to do. Finally, someone mentioned SKA yesterday, the Square Kilometer Array. It is as a consequence of our investments and advances in scientific infrastructure. It's an international effort to build the world's largest radio telescope. So please, colleagues, try and understand what SKA is all about as the program director is approaching. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your attention and allowing us to share, Professor Mien, the input for this morning. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So I'm Petros Letaba from the University of Pretoria. I'm part of the scientific committee for the conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Cele, for the presentation on the National System of Innovation, touching on different issues. I'm aware that we are running out of time, so maybe let's allow 1 or 2 questions before we move to the panel discussion for the next session. I see there's a question there, then we'll end with the second hand there. Is there a mic that can go to Randani?
Thanks, Dr. Cele. I think for me, the question is really around the element of resourcing. I think this is amongst the major criticism for our national system of innovation, that there are a number of plans. You alluded as well that you're working now on a new strategy for open system as well. So there's plenty of this plan, but I think the resourcing element is quite weak. And I would like to understand how we are navigating and mobilizing ourselves in terms of the resourcing. Even when one looks at the foresight outcomes, STI priorities, and STI missions, I mean, there are a lot. And bottom line is we're not going to achieve all of them if we're setting all of them as they are. So I think I want to appreciate the element of resourcing and how we go about leaving some of the things behind for now so we can advance what we can advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person.
Thank you, Dr. Kele. That was a very good presentation and very informative. Congratulations. But I'm an academic, so I must ask a question. The main question I have is that I deal with policy, public policy, and this is a very important part of what we are trying to make sense of. I want to check with you, what is the value chain of policy implementation in the discussion you were making? I'm saying this because you said something very profound that leaves South Africans frustrated every time, that we tell government from these advisory committees and say, if you don't do 1, 2, 3, and you refer to the water issue, so then what is the value of having these kind of think tanks and advisory committee with experts, universities, these platforms? Because this is the thinking platforms that should actually feed into the leaders. So when the leaders go, you mentioned the declarations that they are telling us about this, the situations the world is facing, and they're making very nice, very attractive statements. But who's going to implement this? When you told them that in the next few years, we're going to have a water crisis. So the issue here is, what is the value chain? After you have said that to them, how do you follow up and make sure that the warnings that you've done with water, with electricity, our sanitation system, I think that has also been a major issue for many municipalities, that the infrastructure is not able to cope with the increase of urbanization. So we have these issues. Everybody knows about them, but so what? Thank you.
Thank you. There's the last hand there, then Dr. Kele will respond to some issues raised.
Yeah, I want to ask a question regarding the outcomes of innovation, because we talk a lot about systems and improving systems and changing systems. So over the years, what has been the outcomes of innovation? Because if you look at the largest economies in the world, innovation is now one of the biggest contributors to their economies. So in South Africa, have we assessed the outcomes of innovation instead of looking mainly at systems? And how do those systems connect to improving the outcomes of innovation, which basically means how much of innovation are we producing? Because I don't see as much innovation being produced at the end.
Thank you. Let's give Dr. Kele opportunity to respond to some of them. Then, yeah.
No, thank you, colleagues. Let's start with the last one. We'll encourage you to also visit our website, right? So even the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation websites and NECI and maybe others. Every year we publish, in fact, maybe let me note, Professor Miene will communicate. We are going to invite you here to present what you call a status of science, technology and innovation in South Africa. The latest report, we're coming in the next few weeks here in KZN. So it will give you a broader sense of where we are, okay? So maybe let me use this as a teaser to encourage people to come to the event that Professor Miene is gonna, but in case for those who are not staying here in KZN and who may not have time to read, colleagues, do you know that South Africa helped to save millions of lives in the world during COVID? Because we were the first country to identify, I think, 2 strains of the virus. particular UKZN here. And by doing that, we're able to identify what should be done. And this is acknowledged globally, that had South Africa not been able to identify it, millions of people could have died. You know why? It's because of innovation, scientific and innovation investments, my sister. I'm giving you now a concrete example. We were able, when we needed 20,000 ventilators during COVID, we were able to pull together different organizations that had benefited from previous investments in science, technology, and innovation to design and manufacture almost 20,000 ventilators that saved hundreds of thousands of lives, right? It's just concrete examples of the outcomes and the impact. Some people don't know that when the e-filing, the SARS e-filing, that's an innovation. Do you know that, colleagues? But it's a different kind of innovation because we tend to focus on technological innovation. There is social innovation. There is grassroots innovations. There is soft innovations. Home affairs, those of us who grew up, who were born in the 50s, to apply for an ID, it used to take not less than 6 months. But now it's a matter of days. Do you know why? It's innovation. Okay. The professor, your question is really critical, and we are also grappling with that because we're in that space. And I can assure you that it's not just us. I just came back from a meeting of G20 scientific advisors. They are grappling with that problem, the role and the value of science advice to policymaking. It's not guaranteed that your advice will immediately automatically be accepted by politicians. We have now accepted that as a fact because there are many reasons. Sometimes they will appreciate that you have given us a good advice, but maybe the timing is just not right. So yes, you are right to say, who's going to implement the UN? That's what we also asked. But our minister has asked us last week, and this is what we're currently doing. He said to me, can you guys interpret and identify the implications of that declaration so that we can go to cabinet and say, Mr. President and your team, Mr. President, you committed to this chart. This is how, as South Africa, we want you to lead us in terms of not only monitoring, but implementation, making sure that we deliver on that. So we are having that task to do, which we need to accomplish in a week's time. But it is a huge challenge. So there are two cultures, maybe the last point. It's also a challenge to the scientific community because that brokerage role where you're bringing to the scientific community and the policy communities, those cultures are different. And sometimes science advice may be good in terms of the technical background. But what you then ask the politicians to do may not make sense because you don't know, or even the packaging of your advice. So they say it's a challenge. The challenge is about understanding what the policymakers want and how to package the advice in the manner that they would want. But you must also make sure that tomorrow you are invited to the table, same table by them. Because if they don't, you give them something and then they don't invite you the following day, your advice will never be considered. Rendan, yes, it's a problem, the financing issue, we accept. It's in the slides, but again, I decided not to present that because it's part of what we'll be presenting when we come back here. Just briefly, yes, we have a target as a country to achieve a 1.5% of growth expenditure on research and development by 20. We are regressing, we know it's, and business is the main culprit. We are trying different things, including establishing a sovereign innovation fund, building on the existing innovation fund. We are now exploring another fund related to hydrogen. There are different instruments we're trying to explore, but also international, we're trying to exploit what is called now the economic diplomacy. You know, the Africa trade framework. We're also exploring how we can pull together or align innovation and trade policies so that we can also extract maximum benefits from industrialization and trade and trade policies. It's a complex problem which we are working hard. We're trying all we can. But we have also said to Cabinet, provincial governments and municipalities must set aside money for innovation, and Cabinet has approved. If there are people from the Metro, guys, please talk to your MM and others to set aside, to ring fence money for innovation. A lot of problems at municipal level could be addressed. There are innovation solutions. And Professor Mien and the team, they always track municipalities that have adopted, that are maturing in terms of innovation. And some municipalities are shamefully lagging far behind, just even in terms of appreciating what innovation can do. And then, of course, prioritization is important in terms of what we need to do. We do acknowledge that. And that's also why we are open to suggestions, because all these interests are competing, including BRICS. When the president comes back from BRICS, now they need to appreciate, to prioritize what we should do as part of BRICS. Next year, we're chairing the G20. We also need to prioritize what are we sacrificing, what are we offering. The GNU is also having its own challenges, and we need to be prioritizing, colleagues, what we need. We need to close what we, but let's finally, colleagues, let's appreciate that we're living under very difficult fiscal and austerity conditions that are not really supportive to some of the progressive policies that we seek to achieve. Yeah, thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Tele. Thank you for the audience and those that asked the questions. I'm now transitioning to the next session. The next session, which will be the panel discussion on the role of innovation on sustainable development. This is a very important theme when you look at the theme of the conference, so a very important topic. The theme of conference being rethinking innovation and development in the post-crisis world. So I'm supposed to have 3 experts on the topic that will assist us in discussing this topic. Prof. Chooks Daniels, I recognize you. I see you are there online. We do have Professor Johan Scott, he's online also. I just want to check if there is Prof. John Mugabe online. I don't see the name of Prof. John Mugabe. Prof. Daniels, do you know if John is joining us?
I think he was planning to join, so let's hope he can still join us.
Yes.
Yeah, but we can start with the presentation by Johan, and if Jen, and I hope that John can join us. Johan will need to leave quite soon, so I think let's do, yeah. And then yeah, Johan is here, so we can start. Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so thank you very much, Prof. Daniels. What we'll do, I'll allow Prof. Johan Scott, I think that's the order that was given to me, to do your opening remarks or your opening presentation on the topic. we know we had a lot of issues caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Kele touched on the issue of health, the deterioration in the mental health, the strain in the healthcare system, the impact on the economy caused by the lockdowns, the impact on environmental sustainability. There was a lot of plastic waste during the era of COVID. The impact on inequality, gender equality, and all of those issues. So like Prof. Daniels and Prof. Scott to help us to say, what is the role of innovation? What have we learned from the recovery, from the pandemic? What have innovation done? Prof. Scott, let me allow you to do the opening or the opening presentation or your opening words. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm sorry I cannot be with you. I would like to thank Dr. Mulungizi for his introduction. I recognize a lot. I'm very happy that I have been in a position to collaborate with Neki over the years. I also would like to thank Professor Mayani for inviting me to speak here. As Chuck said, unfortunately, I have to leave at 10:50 at the latest, but that leaves time still for a presentation and hopefully also some discussion. I will try to share screen. I'm not very good at that, so I hope I send my slides also to Sinetemba Sungu. So if I'm unable to share, perhaps she can do it. But I think perhaps it works. Does it work?
Yes, your one is working. You can just put it on slide mode, presentation mode. Yeah.
Okay.
We can see your slide. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I've been involved in setting up TIPC, which is the Transformative Innovation Policy Consortium. And South Africa, DSI, has been one of his founding members. And Chuck Daniels he is leading the work in Africa. I will talk a bit about the pandemic later, but I will make a detour because I first would like to talk about science, technology, and innovation policy more broadly, and also the SDGs. Well, in 2015, the world agreed on a set of development goals, sustainable development goals. And as you may know, we all have to report, all the countries do voluntary reporting on all of these goals. There's 17 goals. The problem is that these goals are related, so it doesn't make sense, according to me, to just focus on individual goals and think about the targets and try to meet the targets. The only way to address these SDGs is in fact to focus on the strapline of the SDGs, which is transforming our world. So that's in the middle of the slide here. So when we consider the Sustainable Development Goals, I think we should do that through this lens of transforming our world. The only way to address all these goals is through transformation. And I come to that. What does it mean, transformation? And then the question is, what is the role of shocks like the pandemics? If you think about transformation, it's very clear that innovation plays a crucial role, because whatever transformation means, it means we need to transform, we need to develop, we need to change things. And this is through innovation. So when you look at how innovation has been treated over the last, let's say, 50 years, you can see that the first way to look at innovation and science and technology is through what I call frame one, is through R&D, or through fundamental knowledge development. So the main idea here is that if you invest as a government in science, technology, and also higher education, you will get development, economic growth, but also you will be able to address some of these other sustainable development goals, like the climate crisis, well, the entire poly crisis. So this here also comes this figure, or to spend enough of your GDP on science, technology, and innovation. There is an acknowledgement here that there may be consequences, because the problem is that some of your investments may indeed contribute to the problem. Because, for example, if you invest in fossil fuel technology, you will contribute to climate change. And of course, then you have to find out how to deal with that, and that's often done through regulation then. So the strange thing of this frame is that on the one hand, you may invest in technologies that cause a problem, and then you try to regulate them away. So what has been acknowledged in this frame, and that led to the second frame, that a problem is often that you develop a lot of knowledge in the knowledge system, but that knowledge is not taken up, is not used. So for this, a lot of policies have been put in place to enhance the absorptive capacity of the private industry and of society more at large to use the knowledge. And this type of policy went under the banner of National System of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So the idea is that the government, the role of public investment, is to enhance this absorptive capacity by building institutions that make it possible to transfer the knowledge. And South Africa has been a leader in this field in terms of building up its national system of innovation, and it was one of the first to recognize the importance in the world. I think it has a well-developed national system of innovation, although if you look at the OECD report, you can see there's still a problem with the link between industry and public investments. And this also speaks to the fact where Mulungisi alluded to, that there's not enough private investment in South Africa, so the absorptive capacity is too low. Well, these are the two dominant ways of looking at science, technology, and innovation currently. So when you think about shocks and how to respond, the main response in this frame is we need knowledge to contribute to the solutions, and then we need this absorptive capacity. But the question is whether this is sufficient when we really think about the poly crises that Mulungisi was already talking about. And I think the answer has to be no. I think why not? Because a lot of the innovation processes are not really focused on the poly crisis. For example, I did a study for Mexico, for the Mexican government, and a core priority for them is reducing poverty. And we looked at all the knowledge produced over the last 20 years, and we could see that only 2% of all the knowledge produced was aiming for helping to solve the problem of reducing poverty. 2%, while it was the main national priority. And I think this is the problem, that a lot of science, technology, innovation policies are not focused enough on the ecological and social problems the world is facing. So therefore, together with colleagues from South Africa, but also from a host of other countries who are part of the Transformative Innovation Policy Consortium, like Kenya and Botswana now, and Ghana, and Chuck can talk more about this, but we have been thinking about how can we focus science, technology, and innovation policy more on the SDGs, and as I tried to explain in the beginning, on transformative change. This doesn't mean that economic growth or development in that sense. Economic is not important, but the kind of idea is that if you really focus your problem solving on climate change, for example, reduction of poverty, you will still get economic growth, but as a byproduct. Because if you do it the other way around, you first try to generate economic growth, and then through economic growth, you have enough earning capacity as a country, and then try to solve the problems. You also really contribute to generating the problems in your science, technology, innovation programs. So they need to be a lot more focused on this capacity to solve ecological and social problems. And that is the main proposition of this policy. And here there is a slide to illustrate this. So on the vertical axis, you see, well, impact measured, whatever way, sustainable development goals. And you see on the horizontal axis, you see the time. So a lot of policies are aimed at what we call system optimization. For example, if you think about agriculture, farmers use pesticides, and you can say, okay, we aim our policies at using less pesticides. It's called precision agriculture. You may have immediate impact, but the impact is still limited. If you would move to complete new ways of farming, according to the principles of agroecology or regenerative agriculture, you can have a lot more impact in terms of ecology, but also in terms of social impact. The only drawback is it will take longer to emerge because system change takes time. So this is the trade-off, in a way, that I see in policy. So you can either go for the quick wins, but then there's a ceiling, and this ceiling may mean that you will not be able to address the poly crisis, or you go for system change, transformation, but then it will take longer for the impact, the positive impact to appear, but it will be much more fundamental. And what we are trying to promote is this type of policy that will really focus on system change. But if we then talk system change, what do we mean? Well, this is a representation of a system. So we don't look at sectors. Let's take the energy system. So the energy system, first of all, consists of a set of technologies. There are policies to support the deployment of these policies. There's an industry producing these technologies and following certain business models. There's also a culture around energy. So how to use energy, and there's markets and consumers with certain preferences. And all of these elements are aligned. And therefore, it's often difficult also to change the system. Because, for example, if you have a system based on fossil fuel technology and on carbonization, you have policies in place that support this. You have an industry producing this. You have a whole industrial culture supporting this. And you have a lot of users and consumers who are using the products. And these are all aligned. So you can, for example, introduce hydrogen. But if you do not change the policy, if you do not change the industry, if you do not change the market, it will not be effective. You just have a technology fix, but it will not be taken up. So you need to change all of these elements for system change. So that's the first challenge. It means that innovation policy is about all of these elements. The second point is that these elements are supported by actors. We call them regime actors, and these actors follow certain rules. So these actors have certain beliefs and values, and they drive their behavior. And in the end, innovation policy is about changing these underlying values and beliefs so that actors start to think that the world can be different. And indeed believe that sustainability should be our future. So this becomes their preferred behavior. So in this view, what you see in terms, for example, of hydrogen or technology, it's what we call the phenotype of the expression of an underlying set of values and beliefs and mindsets. So innovation policy is about changing mindsets. Okay, how does system change happen then? For example, if we think about the energy system, well, there's a number of, you could call them streams or transformative processes that need to happen. One is we need to build up alternatives in niches. We call them niches because often these alternatives find it very difficult to survive in a regime context because they're not competitive, for example. So they need to be protected, among others, by subsidies. But in these niches, these alternatives need to develop itself. But secondly, then they need to accelerate, expand, scale. And that's often a problem because there's a lot of pilot work done often and a lot of new developments and innovations, but they do not scale. So this is a separate challenge. And then the third challenge is that we know from all the studies we did that alternatives, even if they are really good, will often not survive, will not scale. For this, you need to open up dominant systems. So you need to open up regime actors for change. Very simply said, in the case of the energy system, if a regime actor like Eskom is not willing and to consider alternative practices like solar and wind, change will not happen. It is not sufficient that we just build up alternatives. The regime actors, and often the government is part of the regime, these regime actors need to open up for change, and we need a destabilization of the dominant system. Well, in this figure, you see also this notion of landscape. So the landscape is a series of trends and shocks. A trend is individualization, urbanization, and a shock is a pandemic. And these pandemics or these shocks, like the pandemic, they will influence the relationship and the struggle between niches and regimes. So they may, if a pandemic, like the pandemic in the example by Mulungizi provided, there is a capability in South Africa, and then the shock may lead to a further expansion and development because the shock made very visible that certain work needs to happen. So the basic role of these shocks is that they can accelerate the transition process. And whether that happens or not, well, that does depend on public policy. So the work we do, and that's how I will end my presentation, is in this TIPSI, Transformative Innovation Policy Consortium, is we do policy experiments with transformative change. And so you could argue that what we work on mainly is on the construction of niches together with local actors. So here, the good news is that fundamental major change often starts locally. The question is how to scale, but local small-scale development is really important as a starting point. And even if it doesn't come through or goes through, it's still important to build up preparedness, because it may be the case that due to a shock in the future, suddenly this local build-up capacity may provide an answer to the shock and to the new situation. And all we know about the current state of the world is that these shocks will come, because the poly crisis is deep and broad. And the coming 10 years, we will see a whole series of shocks. So it's really important to build up alternative practices also in South Africa, to be able to deal with these shocks. And of course, water management has been mentioned, is a very important area. And we also worked on water management in South Africa in an experiment where we try to integrate engineering knowledge about water management with local knowledge, because local farmers and people really have a lot of knowledge about how to keep water in the soil and how to preserve, how to make sure that there is water available. And this knowledge had never been used or underused. And we worked with local allies to enhance this. The way we work, and that's important to understand, is that because you may look, if you do an experiment, you may want to know how much water has been preserved or how many people have been lifted out of poverty. That is not our first attention point. That's what we want to accomplish, this type of impact. But remember, we want to focus on system change. So we want to see whether these local initiatives contribute to system change. And for this, we have designed a set of transformative outcomes. I will skip this slide. So this is a slide about the experiments. I will want to go to transformative outcomes. And these are transformative outcomes for building niches. So policy needs to shield the niche. So we ask the question, is the innovation which is nurtured, can it really develop? Or is it in constant lack of resources, for example? And if that's the case, it will be very difficult. So an important part of the policy is provide the shielding, but then in this niche, there need to be space for learning of all the actors about the various regime dimensions. So they need to learn about users, the markets, they need to learn about the technology, they need to learn about the business models. And what's often the case that in many pilots, actors only learn about the technology, but not about the connection between the technology and the business models, or the connection between the technology and what do users want. So it's very important that the right type of learning takes place in the experiments. And then we look at networking, because a lot of innovations are developed in limited networks. For example, for transformative change, it's very important that citizens are involved and civil society. So the diversity of the network really shapes the transformative power of the network. And then you need to look at the mobilization power of the network. So the network needs to be broad and diverse, but also needs to have enough mobilization power in terms of resources. So we look at the quality of the networking, and we also look at the quality of the visioning. Because what is the visioning in the network of the future? What's the type of desirable future they work towards? And is this vision really addressing the social and ecological issues at hand? And are actors aligned on their vision? Do they have very different visions, or are they aligned? So here foresight comes in. And foresight is really important to align actors around certain visions. So these are just 4 examples of the type of work we do. But our intention is, our proposition is that if you work on these type of transformative outcomes, you will generate very positive impact in terms of reduction of poverty, inequality, and addressing the climate crisis. I have many more of these outcomes, but for the sake of time, thank you for listening to me, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Petrus, we don't hear you. Sorry. We're
we don't
saying
hear
here
you.
that the podium is muted.
Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm getting some echo. Yeah, I'm getting the echo that someone of the sound. I don't like what I hear.
This mic is.
Yes, if you can mute podium 2 and then open podium 1 where Petrus is, we should be fine.
No, we control it in the back.
Petrus, we still don't hear you, sorry.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you now, but there's echo. If I think podium
Okay, we are
2.
taking the questions of Prof. Scott, then we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Prof. Scott, did you hear the question?
Sorry?
We didn't hear the question.
Johan, did you hear the question?
No.
No, we didn't hear the
Not.
question.
Okay. Randani, can you try to repeat? Or just say 1, 2, then we can hear.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear him, Prof. Scott?
Please
Yes,
go ahead.
please speak. Yeah.
All right. I think my question is on how does this niche building
differ from the conceptual lens of disruptive innovation, Professor Christensen's work. I just want to appreciate if there is harmony with that or not. And my last question is on where this concept has been applied and worked at scale, the concept of transformative innovation. I would like to appreciate if there are any case studies on that front. Thanks.
Over to you, Johan.
Well, I didn't hear. Is the question?
Okay, how does niches differ from the disruptive innovation? And whether there are any case studies in South Africa
Oh,
or outside of South Africa for the application of this concept?
okay. Yes, in South Africa, we did an experiment, an application on water management. And you can find a lot of these cases on a website, tipconsortium.net. And there is a resource lab that contains many cases, including African cases. But Chucks can perhaps better talk about this because we have cases in Ghana, in Kenya, South Africa, but also in other parts of the world. So there's many cases. But Chucks, can you perhaps say something about that?
Yes, colleagues, hello. Nice to see everyone. We have supported many countries across Africa with this approach. We did work on Kenya on education and inclusiveness and food system. We also done some work on this in Ghana around e-waste, electronic waste. These are just examples from Africa. We did some work as well on Senegal, where we looked at digital and higher education, inclusiveness, and issue of SDGs. But beyond Africa, as Johan was saying in the presentation, this work has also been applied in Colombia, Mexico, which you heard in the presentation, and several European countries, Sweden, Spain, which we were last month, a lot of impressive work going on, Finland and Norway. So there is a whole range of work that has been done. I've just shared a link, which we call the Resource Lab, where you can, if you type in some countries, South Africa in the search bar, it is very good search. You can see the list of work that has been done in South Africa, also Kenya, Ghana, these countries I've mentioned, Sweden, Finland, and then you will see some of those outputs. Johan, I'd like to continue.
Well, I think that's the answer, on the question. It's better to explore that. Are there other questions?
Yes, we got last question. I'm allowing it quickly.
Yes. Yeah. We don't hear the question. Sorry about this.
Patrice, can you please repeat the question to us? We didn't hear the question.
Yes, so my question is about classic pollution. And we all know, and it is well, documented how you present the threat to the environment, humans again, that is the animals. So despite this increased awareness, like there's nothing that is happening. So we need a scope to bring about prevention for this to be addressed.
Thank you. So the plastic pollution, the shock to the environment, we all know about it, but nothing is done. We need a shock to address that. I'm not sure if you No, it looks like the only way for you to hear me is to introduce the echo.
If someone can type the question for us in the chat, then Johan can respond to it, or we can respond to it, but we have not been able to understand the question. Sorry about that. Can someone type it in the chat, and then we can possibly answer the question? Thank you.
I'm quickly typing it on the chat. Plastic pollution.
What went wrong here?
The question is there, Johan. You can answer it quickly. I realize it's almost 10:50.
Okay.
Plastic pollution, it's a big problem. We are all about it, how it affects the environment, but nothing has been done to address it. Do we need a shock to address this type of a problem?
Yes. Well, that's a very cynical way of looking at the issue. I think there are a lot of initiatives, I'm not sure about South Africa, but in the world to address plastic pollution problems. And we call them, they are developed in pilot projects, they are niche projects, but they do not solve the problem yet. So let me first stress, for example, in Colombia, we worked on a case of one city, one small city that would be completely plastic free. And this is difficult, but they managed. Of course, it didn't solve the plastic pollution problem in Colombia as a country. But there is this small scale application. And from historical research, we know this is very important because if, let's say, the shock comes, or if the readiness is really accelerating for solving the problem, you need alternatives to be ready to scale. So a lot of policy, niche policy, is about developing preparedness. And let me stress, this is really important because when you think about tipping points in social change, they only happen because there is many years, decades of work done on building up the capability to respond.
Johan, we stopped hearing you. We no longer hear you.
Okay.
I can still hear him, so can you check if it's something local?
Sorry.
Online colleagues can hear him.
Yeah, we stopped hearing you.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you. Prof. Daniel, let me give you the opportunity. Let me give you the opportunity to make your statement or your presentation quickly. Thank you very much, Johan, although you can't hear us.
We can hear you. I'm sure he's here. He's hearing you before he leaves. Johan, they've said thank you, so and thank you as well. So, colleagues, thank you. Apologies, it's been technical challenge, but I won't use a presentation. I will build on the work that has already been done and presented, both from a lot of interesting insights from yesterday, but also today. Dr. Sele has said this today are very nicely for us to build on. So thank you for that. I didn't have time. I spoke earlier a little bit. I didn't introduce myself. So just to say that I'm based at the University of Sussex in the UK, but also hold a position at the University of Pretoria, where Petrus and I are colleagues. Dr. Letaba, speaking to you. So from there, we have done a lot of work, both from the University of Sussex. As Johan was introducing, he did mention that I'm the director of the Transformative Innovation Africa Hub. This is the arm of TIPSI, which you have heard in the presentation. The Global Consortium has the African part of it, which is based at the University of Pretoria here in South Africa. Many of you are aware of that. And from here, we have been supporting several African countries in various ways. We have mentioned some of the countries already. Also been working with Prof. Mieni on some assignments and supporting, but also in a visiting capacity there. So thank you, Prof. Mieni, for organizing this impressive, very topical, but also timely occasion for us to explore these issues deeper. As colleagues have heard, we are very passionate about this, and we see that we build on the talk by Dr. Sele, which already shows where the world is going, why this crisis require innovation and science and technology. Again, so without Johan has already talked about how to respond to shocks and why it's important to respond to shocks and how we should do it with a focus on systems change. As we all know, Africa struggled during the COVID pandemic. Our policy system struggled to respond quickly. Our social system struggled as well. The health system obviously struggled. Our food systems were disrupted. Education system were disrupted, and so many areas as well. Mobility system, jobs, employment, security for people were disrupted. And our value chains was also disrupted, both the national value chains, the regional value chains, but also our connections to the global value chains. So these issues, these points and the challenges we see call for transformation. They call for resilience of our systems. They also call for preparedness, as we've heard. So I'll just say a little bit of what we've been doing to respond to this, both on African continent, but also globally. We've mentioned some of the countries we work with globally. We were doing a lot of work with the United Nations, with the OECD. So we don't work with countries only, we also work with regional organizations. We've done a lot of work with the European Commission. One of the events going on at the moment, as also speak, a parallel event, is part of the work we've been completing with the European Commission Joint Research Center on Science, Technology, and Innovation for the SDGs. So there's a whole range of work at national, regional level, but also continental level. We've also been working with UNIDO and work at many of our RECs. And in December, we did some work with SADC, which involved 12 SADC countries here on these topics. So just a quick one to summarize what we've been doing. In the TIPSI work and the Africa work, how we respond, how we prepare to respond to shock, but also how we ensure that science, technology, and innovation focus on transformation and transformative change, which you heard in the presentations from Johan, is we conduct transdisciplinary research. Again, Johan has noted in the presentation that knowledge is required to address these problems. This is also quite articulated in Dr. Sele's presentation. We need new knowledge. We know that often the existing knowledge or the past knowledge is not enough for us to understand how to do with the new issues we're challenged with or we're faced with. So there's research that generates new knowledge on how to address this polycrisis that we've been hearing about, but also issues of transformation in general, which includes the inequality, unemployment, which is high. So we conduct research in this area. Some of the links I've shared, you will see some of the materials and the output. We've also co-published with Dr. Seller, who's in the meeting here, on how to look at transformation, on how to access or to apply science, technology, and innovation to transformation. Again, in the impressive work he did around science, technology, and innovation at the crossroads. So these are some works you see we have done on the research output. Those have been published in many high-quality journals, but also books. The second round of work we do is around experimentation, which you have heard. Johan mentioned the work we've done on South Africa on water. We look at how do you rethink the governance of water. This work was done with SAMBI, the South Africa Biodiversity Institute. DSI was involved. The University of Johannesburg was involved. The University of Pretoria was involved. Several other actors were involved in the work. Of course, we have our TIPC countries involved. University of Sussex. Again, the outputs from this work is on our website. You can see that we develop quite research that involves demonstration, experimentation. We develop different new theory of change on how to look at this. And the third area of work we do, again, responding to this, is around training and capacity building, where we're developing the capacity of policymakers, but also researchers in this kind of thinking. How do you do the research? How do you do the policy that focuses on transformation? I did mention briefly that we worked there, for example, in December, we had 12 SADC countries at the University of Pretoria in this kind of training and capacity building and workshop to try to work with them in how to develop a new theory of change, which we call transformative theory of change, how to design policy, innovation policy experiments, how to implement them, how to monitor and evaluate them using our methods that we have also developed. Again, these methods have been adopted by the UN, by the OECD, by the European Commission. And then the second to the last is again linked to training and capacity building. We do a lot of stakeholder engagements, this one being one of them, where we engage with stakeholders from academia, from policy actors, research. In February this year, we had a meeting at the NRF hosted by NACI. Dr. Sele, thank you for that impressive work, where we had a lot of industry actors in the meeting. It was very impressive actors, people from trade, where we're connecting innovation to trade, as you heard in the presentation from Dr. Sele, trade innovation to industry, innovation to several actors. Of course, there were research actors as well there. There were policy actors. And lastly, we work with just to finish on that, part of this engagement means we're building a community of practice of people who, actors, policymakers, research actors, industry, civil society actors, who also begin to focus on transformation and think about how do we do the work, the research, the policy activity. So there is a tip essay, a transformative innovation policy constitution, South Africa Community of Practice, which many of you would like to be interested. If you're interested, let us know. We can connect you to the people who drive them. University of Johannesburg and CESTI, the Center for STI Indicators, are running that alongside with DSI. And lastly, is just all of this work we do come together to improve STI policymaking. STI policymaking in terms of formulation, in terms of implementation, looking at how to improve implementation, but evaluation, which we have some tools around summative evaluation, but more importantly, formative evaluation as well, which is an ongoing type of evaluation that focuses more on learning. And then lastly, on STI policy governance. So this is how we try to apply some of those theories and concepts you heard from Johan's presentation, bringing it again to the African perspective, to the African context, where we're working with Botswana, we're working with South Africa. Primarily, South Africa is a founding member. So first, our base, the regional hub is based there in South Africa, and from here we reach out to the rest of the continent. So we have South Africa, Malawi, Botswana, Kenya, Ghana, Senegal, and the list goes on. Countries we have worked with over 5 years now, but also supporting them in this kind of thinking. We've also done some work related to this with the SGCI initiative, which is run by the NRF here in South Africa. So I think I can stop there just to bring context and also demystify those theoretical concept you were hearing a little bit, that we're applying them here. I mentioned that we have worked with NACI as well quite extensively on a range of areas. Again, in addition to the meeting we had in February, which was organized by NACI, we've also been over the years working with NACI, supporting in various ways, but also collaborating and learning as well. So co-learning and co-creation of the ideas of how to effect and implement, but also to achieve long-term systems change. Thank you. Can I hand over back to moderator?
Thank you very much, Prof. Daniels. I hope you are hearing me.
I hear you well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So Prof. Daniel, I think as he explained, he had the Transformation Innovation Policy Consortium for Africa. He also have the Transformation Innovation Policy Hub at the University of Pretoria. So he has done a lot of work around the public sector. As he mentioned, a lot of examples where they are experimenting with the Transformation Innovation Policy to see how we can improve the public service. I think that's what he was explaining, not only South Africa, Tanzania, and many more other African countries. Can we have one or two questions? We are running out of time. Any more question or clarification for Prof. Daniel?
I'm online. I've just got one or two question comment for Prof. Daniels. Prof. Daniels, thank you very much for everything, and greetings once again to everyone. Prof. Daniels, something that you're saying that gets me thinking is one of the hindrances to all the things we are trying to do is one of them is bureaucratic capacity. How does it vary and how does it impact the work that you are doing? Because everything starts and stops with the government. At the other level linked to that is political will for the transformation that we did. How can we infuse this concept into the work that we are doing? Because political will, we know in its 3 dimensions, is one of the hardest things. We see people committing to policy changes, to everything else. But when it comes to the other aspects of political will, they can and they must. We seem to be lagging. So I would like to see whether you are considering those as part of the inputs, as part of the dynamics that you are adding, so that we can actually move beyond rhetoric. Thank you.
Thank you. Petrus, can I respond, or do you want to take more questions?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Very important question. We've seen, let me give an example, first of all, from outside South Africa, so you can also understand that this is not a South African problem only. We started, Colombia was a founding member in the TIPSI work, but then after the first year, what happens in the Colombian government is that once the government changed, the minister is changed, and all the staff are replaced. So you can see how political systems shape the work and also bureaucracy. So we had to restart. Of course, that puts pressure on us because we then had to restart the work. We have to wait for the actors to come in. And so, but you can see in one way as a loss, or you can also see in a way as something we can build on, because those actors that have been changed, or the individuals, they're not outside. They may have just been distributed across the system in other areas. So some of them move to different agency, and then they may be able to pick up the work again. So this is an issue we're dealing with, just to contextualize it and make you know that it's a very important question. It's a very important, difficult challenge as well for us. So bureaucratic, political commitment, political cycles. In South Africa, it's really been good because we've had consistency here. We've had Imran Patel, we have the DSI really supportive of the work. We have people like Dan, we have people like Dr. Sepam Moise, we have really good actors. Like I said, we've been working with NACI over the years, since before 2019. So we have not had a major problem in this sense. Even when the ministry changes, the actors change, we've had consistency in the place. Also, South Africa, like as being a founding member, has really shown commitment to it. I think you'll use 2 words, will, but also committing. So one of the will is there. In most cases, we see people want to do this, they understand what they want to do, but sometimes it's a commitment that is been faltering. But South Africa is one of our most committed members, one of the most stable members. So what I would say is finding the right people in the system to work with, and then those people that understand the mission, understand the goal, understand the importance of this. Sometimes it's also not very easy for them because there are competing initiatives, competing priorities in government. So they're also having to navigate the system, especially when these are new initiatives like this. They need to sell it to their superiors. They need to locate funding to be able to support it, support their staff. So, but what we see is there's been a very strong political will here. We've had less commitment in some countries without mentioning them. Some countries that started with us, for example, as founding members, they've actually dropped off, but South Africa has remained. So the political will is there, the commitment is there. I think this also links to the response that Dr. Sele was saying, how much commitment, how much the programs like the SKA have been able to, the funding, investment that have gone into such initiative to show that South Africa is committed to science and technology and innovation, but also the outcomes and the number of publications, the number of programs, the number of initiatives that has been, and how this helped in the COVID response. So we will not say it's been a problem. Again, bureaucratic matters across the world, which is why I had to start from outside South Africa. But from our experience, we have not had half of the problem we have had in other countries. So we will be very pleased to continue in that level. Yes, it does affect us. It does mean we have to restart many initiatives or we start some experiment. Bureaucratic system setting, even in South Africa, we've had some challenges in that area, but we have been able to navigate them because of the caliber of people we have been working with over the years. So some of them I've mentioned the names already. So,
Prof. Daniel, thank you very much. We don't see any other hand. I would like to apologize to everybody and you for the technical glitches. Yeah, so we need to innovate better in the future. Maybe we need to do transformative innovation for this technology. But thank you very much,
thank you.
colleagues. I'll hand back to Sinatemba. Yes. For further announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Miani. Thank you for the organization. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. I was about to say round of applause to all our lecturers and presenters. One more time, please. A big thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are running just a little bit late, but without wasting any other time, I'll move to our next item, which is a tea break, and then we will be moving to our breakaway sessions. Just a quick reminder for colleagues who are only joining us for the second day for the first time and weren't here yesterday. We are having two other breakout rooms. So we've got this as a main plenary room. As per our agenda, the Glenwood and Hilton room is as you exit here on your right. And then the Kersney room is you go up the stairs, and as you face reception, you'll see a big door written the Kersney room. It's on the right of the reception, straight ahead. So that's where the Kersney room is. So we've got three breakaway rooms, plenary, Glenwood and Hilton, and Kersney upstairs. So straight from our tea break, I am going to kindly request for colleagues to just have a quick tea break so that we don't interrupt our going home time and we keep moving very smoothly with our program. A quick tea break, and then we move straight into our breakaway rooms. The plenary room as one of the breakaway rooms that will be chaired by Dr. Ndwakulu Chishonga. And then we've got the Glenwood and Hilton, which will be hosting a workshop on a little bit more on the EPMOSA project, which promotes public participation in South Africa and South African local government. And the presentation there will be sharing insights from the e-participation pilots across 6 municipalities, addressing challenges like digital divides and political dynamics. And you'll learn how technology can transform public service delivery and policy making. So that workshop will be taking place in the Glenwood and Hilton room, just on your right as you exit this room. And then we will have presentations in the Kersney room, which will be chaired by Dr. Sanele Mbambo. And then after that, so those, I will ask our chairs to please be strict with time within our breakout rooms. And then because we'll be moving straight to the following breakout sessions from 12 until 1. And then we'll be breaking for lunch. So without further holding everybody back from the beautiful progress we are making, thank you. We'll break for tea. A reminder to all our online participants, online there will be sessions going on and presentations. All online presenters will be presenting in the main plenary room. So you are in the right room. All online presenters will be presenting in the main plenary room. Thank you.
I've been like that the whole year now. You know, at times you've got 5 things to do. You're taking the one which is in Twitter. Okay. Oh, okay. Huh? No, but the things that you put here have disappeared. There's something in there. Yeah. You upload this one. In Kita slides. Oh. Only. All is good. My God. I don't know whether it's no, yeah, it's not the one. It's not the one. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah. Save it to yourself, then I check my phone. Oh.
When are you presenting here?
She's presenting in this room. A few minutes from now.
Then I've copied it to main room.
Thank you. Right.
What's happening? That's a presentation comes to the desktop. Yeah. That's the main room. That's a folder. Thank you, sir. Oh, good. All right. Oh, yeah. Yes. Is it good here? Huh? Huh? Request everybody come to the class. I stop up.
Yabona
You can maybe contribute for all the speakers are here.
Oh, yes. We can. Is it still in the morning? Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Sanbonan. Okay, maybe before we can start, can I just get some confirmation that Professor Tlo is here, Mr. Frederick, Professor David, and Professor Joseph. Could I ask those colleagues who are going to present to come forward, please, and maybe occupy the front seat? Any show of hands of the 4 colleagues? Can I get a one online?
You're muted there.
Okay, it's who?
I'm not.
We need to establish that. This one. Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, those who are presenting, could you come forward, or could you indicate by the show of hand? No one. I'm going to have a problem.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon, Professor Tlo.
I'm here.
How are you?
I'm fine, and how are you?
We are okay. Your audience are waiting. I'll just indicate.
Okay, thank you.
And the fellow has just arrived. Yes, I think we don't have any.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm here also, Mr. Frederick Akothodero, presenting.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have got two presenters. Are you going to be around just in case?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right at the back.
Okay, I'll just indicate. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Maybe someone should bring a bag. I think it's
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Colleagues, can we start? I recall a story which I was told by a guy who went to the library, and when he was there, he talked to the librarian that he's looking for a book on suicide. And the librarian, having heard that, he said, Putzek, who is going to bring the book back? Colleagues, good morning. Let us start. We have got two presenters. Both of them, they are online. There is Mr. Frederick and Professor Tlo. It's 10 minutes and 5 minutes questions. I'm going to start with Professor Tlo. Professor Tlo.
Good morning.
Hi, you have got 10 minutes and 5 minutes of questions.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
I tried to share. I don't know if you can see it yet.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Laura Moroka from the University of Limpopo. I am a professor in development planning and management. So the title of my presentation is Innovation in South Africa's Higher Education Institutions. That will be a reflection on the implementation challenges of technological approaches and tools for teaching and learning.
Prof, can you put your slide on the presentation mode, please?
It is on my side. It appears to be on presentation mode. I've been struggling with Zoom to put. Let me do this. Normally, it struggles to go on presentation mode, but I normally use this and it gets.
Okay, you're okay
is it
now.
better?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So the title it's a bit different from what appears on the program after intensive revisions and thinking over it over and over again. So the structure of the presentation, I would have an introduction, the research problem, purpose of the research, methodology, the results and interpretation of those results, and also the conclusion, which also includes the recommendation. So as part of the introduction, we are all aware that innovation for teaching and learning in higher institutions is the in thing. It's actually something that is leading in the teaching and learning spectrum. So that is in response of the changing need, the global changing needs, and also the types of students that are being served at these institutions, the characteristics, the socioeconomic characteristics of the students that we have in this institution. So that is also to make sure and guarantee that education is also accessible to everyone. Because you can imagine if you are, I'm now presenting from wherever that I am. So, but that also goes with the development of infrastructure and also the pricing of this particular education, and also developing some sort of policies and laws that will support inclusion as well. So this education, the educational ICT, it's meant to enhance teaching and learning, and also to assist in achieving educational outcomes. So given that we are now in the 4IR, it is significant that institutions, higher education institutions, participate and form part of this 4IR as well, contribute and participate in the 4IR. So I do have a definition of 4I that I will not go into details into, given the time allocated, but the paper aims to investigate the implementation challenges of the cutting-edge tactics and tools that are changing institutions of higher education teaching and learning approaches and educational opportunities here in South Africa. So the research problem, basically, as I was, based on my experience and also as I was with what I've been exposed to in terms of the knowledge that I also, the readings and the knowledge that I always go through, these higher institutions are tasked with delivering high quality education as indicated, which also ensures that they also have to ensure that their education is accessible to all. So which means that the delivery mode would have to be affected at some point. So as I'm looking into the country, I'm looking into what the country is doing. South Africa is struggling with such challenges such as unequal access to resources, underfunded institutions at some point, and a digital gap that prevents current educational tools from being widely adopted. So looking at what has transpired during the COVID-19 pandemic period, we've noticed that there has been some major shift from your traditional teaching and learning pedagogies into adopting this technological teaching and learning pedagogies to ensure that teaching and learning continues during that particular time. Although the adoption was uneven, it had to happen, with some institutions and students finding it difficult to keep up. And this was mostly because of lack of digital infrastructure and also, in some cases, skills and expertise. So given that, the question that I had in mind was, what are the challenges that hinder this successful implementation of technological teaching and learning techniques? So the study is to identify identified challenges hindering South Africa universities from successfully integrating digital technologies in their teaching and learning. Also, the study comprehended how they affect the general efficacy and long-term viability of technological advancement in education. And we need to agree that whatever happens at this level has an impact on the workforce that the institutions are producing. If we're talking innovation in technology, if we're talking being creative and so, it has to be something that is also part of our teaching and learning. So it also Also, the study provided recommendation in response of the identified challenges in order to ensure that with the hope of contributing to the transformation of South Africa's higher education system and making it to be contributing towards its flexibility and its being just and future ready learning environment. So the research methodology, the approach which was adopted was a systematic approach which was used to identify, evaluate, and synthesize relevant academic sources. So various scholarly databases were used as listed on the slide. In the approach, also, there was some sort of an inclusion and exclusion criteria. So the focus was on publications which were published between 2018 and 2024 so that my focus was more on relevance. Where are we currently at this stage? It was also centered on South African universities. I've also excluded colleges at this point with the data that I have at this point, and I hope to include them as I wrap up the paper. Also, it was looking at the technology which was used in higher education and also the challenges thereof from the literature. So the analysis I've extracted from the systematic review, extracted some key points for analysis. And so I've used thematic analysis in which a number of themes were developed, and then the theoretical framework that motivated me, I was of the thinking that I believe in constructivity.
Prof, you are left with 3 minutes, please.
Hi,
3 minutes.
Thank you. Theory of teaching and learning, wherein learners' knowledge is of importance to construct their own knowledge and also to contribute to the future development. So in terms of the research results and interpretation, a number of institutions are using a number of platforms in addition to the traditional teaching and learning methods. So they are also using different approaches. So we have blended learning and online platforms that have been used. Platforms like Blackboard, Moodle, and Zoom have been used in class. And then we have what we call the open education resource, in which a few universities have indicated that they've been involved in that way. Students are not necessarily forced to purchase any expensive material for teaching and learning, but they can access them online. We also have what we call the learning management system, which also teaching and learning and also administration of these particular activities is also done online through Canvas, Moodle, Blackboard, and others, depending on the institution in question. We also have artificial intelligence and adaptive learning systems, where in some universities also are using that. I've adopted that for teaching and learning. Virtual and augmented reality also being used as part of the teaching and learning approaches. So in terms of the implementation challenges that were identified, it was mostly in relation to inadequate digital infrastructure. As much as these institutions are willing and committed to adopting technology, infrastructure was a problem. Secondly, financial constraints and resource limitations was also another constraint, challenge. We agree that if one has to go technological, it includes some funds. So it would include you investing some kind of money in this. So that was also one of the challenges. It was also in relation to educator readiness and training needs as well. The facilitators themselves, how ready are they? And it was identified that most of us were not that ready, are not that ready. Also, student preparedness and digital literacy. This is also informed and influenced by their socioeconomic characteristics as well. Their geographic location is also of importance. Their background as well is also of importance in this case. We also have institutional culture and resistance to change. And this one, and under this one, I've identified that for some institutions, the infrastructure and skills and whatever it's needed, they do have those, but then it's the culture, the institutional culture that people are stuck with, that they do not want to change, and they still want to do things traditionally the way that they used to. So obviously, in terms of each challenge, for instance,
up.
Thank you.
Just finalize it.
Oh, okay. In terms of inadequate digital infrastructure, would need to invest more so that most, or if not all of the approaches that suits our students are adopted within our institutions. We also need to invest in training for purposes of acquiring skills so that we are able to use this infrastructure and also we need to take into consideration students' socioeconomic backgrounds if we need to be focusing on the digital skills as well. There also need to be some sort of motivation for us to change the institutional cultures that we are too glued to for us to develop. Thank you. Let me not take much of the time.
Okay, Prof, thank you very much for your presentation and also the audience. Can we have a round of applause for her? Let us take this opportunity to pose some questions, some comment. We have got 5 minutes. Colleagues, honor Professor Tlo's presentations. Any hand for questions? Prof, you're also allowed to ask yourself question. or ask the audience some questions.
Be here. I'll still be here. They can also post them in the chat and we can take it from there.
Okay. Colleagues, any question? Any comments? There's also an impression behind a presentation which is not followed by questions. I guess that the colleagues who are in the education or higher education space, you will acknowledge the complexity of adopting innovation or innovative ideas. You also recall that during COVID, we were caught up in a difficult situation. And some of us, we still have those scars that by force, we have to adopt this AI type of mechanism in order to make sure that even when our students are at a distance, we are able to engage them. I hope that we are almost halfway. Yesterday, Prof, we discussed in length about the importance of artificial intelligence and why artificial intelligence is something which cannot be ignored in various sectors and more in education. What type of education is produced? What kind of student is produced through the artificial intelligence? And again, let us not have fear of technology. Let us to make sure that technology it is more embraced. That is more important. Colleagues, I was commenting because I was waiting for the colleagues to pose a question, but I'm not going to impose. Dr. Meron has got a question, a hand over there. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Good presentation. I would just like to ask about ChatGPT. Currently, we are facing a challenge in terms of striking a balance between students using ChatGPT and sometimes the percentage using copy leaks, turn it in. The percentage is as high as 80%, 90%. So I would like to get your view in terms of how we can strike a balance in terms of using ChatGPT as a tool, but we don't want students to actually use it to plagiarize. So what's your view in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Professor Tlo.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yeah, that's the biggest challenge that we are faced with in higher education. And, you know, as much as we want to be innovative and creative, it comes with challenges. So normally, what I encourage my students to do, because I've accepted that I cannot prevent them from using ChatGPT. So I would tell them that you use it to give you ideas in terms of what you want to do. That's number one. And at some point, I've seen that Turnitin was linked to such AI mechanisms wherein it's able to pick plagiarism. Turnitin is able to pick if one has used these devices. So I let them know the consequences of using that, what it means to them, as being guided by the institutional policies. So I take that serious. It's a serious offense. If you give me a work that is whatever, more than 16% with a similarity index of more than 16%, there are various, it's an offense. Obviously, it varies from percentage to percentage. But the idea here is to let them know that you cannot stop them. They do have access to everything. They can use whatever that they want to use, but they must also be cautious that whatever that they use, it's to assist them to stimulate their creativity and their innovative thinking, not to give them answers. I don't take that as answers. And they're easy to pick these things from ChatGPT whatsoever. So I tell them and guide them in that regard. So when they submit, they would have run the similarity index themselves through this LMS. They know exactly what they would be submitting. Thank you.
Prof, thank you very much. And I guess that some of these deliberations, they shouldn't end in this type of conferences in our different spaces as well. We need to engage with that. Thank you very much, Prof. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you, colleague.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to call upon Mr. Frederick, who is going to present on the analytics decision model, selecting and prioritizing information system for Kenyan State Corporation. Mr. Frederick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair.
Okay. I'm going to give you 10 minutes and 5 minutes will be question. You have got a very good audience here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, moderator, distinguished panelists, for the opportunity to present my ongoing doctoral work, titled Analytical Decision Model for Selecting and Prioritizing Information Systems Projects for Kenyan State Corporations. My name is Frederick Cothodero. I am a lecturer of computing and technology at Bomet University College, Constituent College of Moi University in Kenya. I'm a doctoral student at University of KwaZulu-Natal, in the discipline of Information Systems and Technology, School of Management, Information Technology and Governance. My supervisor is Professor Irene Govenda. It's a research problem since 2007, when Apple unveiled the first iPhone. Countries in the global south have upscaled their investment in information systems and technology projects in partnership with the private sector. And the evidence of this is in the infrastructure, in artificial intelligence projects. We also have cloud computing technology and many other e-services that are offered by governments, both in the global north as well as in the global south. However, there is a challenge when it comes to selection and prioritization of decision variables or selection and prioritization decisions regarding information systems and technology projects. Most of these projects are rolled out without full consideration of the scope and magnitude of the decision factors relative to the project's goal. Obviously, the implication of this or the result of this is uncoordinated investments in information systems and technology, sometimes unforeseen loss of jobs. We have sometimes substandard projects and even failed projects. And this is not a desirable situation because many times these projects are rolled out concurrently. Sometimes they are rolled out without full consideration of effect of some of the decision variables that are necessary in that context. And so in this study, I seek to establish what exactly are the decision variables that are normally considered by decision makers in Kenyan state corporations when it comes to rolling out information systems and technology projects. Kenya has 230 state corporations. These are just units of government that are responsible for discharging government services to the citizens and businesses. And they are categorized.
Hi, presenter, your voice is fading. Your voice is fading.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. I hope you can hear me, audience. Thank you. Now, Kenya has 230 state corporations. These state corporations are just units that the government uses to discharge service to citizens. And most of these services from the year 2023 are online. We transitioned significantly from offering manual services to offering online or digital services. And so these state corporations, as I've mentioned, are divided into 8 functional categories. Financial, we have commercial, we have public universities, we have training and research, we have regulatory, we have development authorities, and we have education. And each of them, of course, to be able to discharge their mandate, have city functions that are well equipped in terms of equipment as well as personnel. But again, the challenge is how do we prioritize? How do we select information system projects at rollout? That is an area that is little big, and that is where research is in. Another challenge, of course, is when it comes to information system and technology projects, do we use relative or absolute scale of measurement when we look at the decision about in this situation? So that's
sorry, presenter.
The research.
Sorry, tell me, what
Yes.
mic are you using? Are you holding a mic in your hand or using a laptop mic?
I'm holding my hand.
Okay,
I think the mic in the...
Yeah, because I think you're speaking away from it
hear?
and you're coming closer because you are disappearing with the volume.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
All right. Yeah, that's better. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Keep it close to your mouth all the time.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Okay. Sorry for that. Perhaps I just go 1 minute statement. Mentioned there are many projects that are domiciled within various corporations with units that the government uses to be able to discharge services to citizens and to businesses generally. And these units have fully functional city departments or divisions or functional areas. And they carry out lots of projects ranging from artificial intelligence projects rolling out cloud computing, management technology, to selection and prioritization problems. There is a challenge because sometimes decisions are made without considering the full impact or the magnitude of influence of decision makers relative to the project's goal. And now this often results in problems such as uncoordinated in information systems and technology, loss of jobs,
Frederick, can you hear me? Colleagues, the technical colleagues, is this technical or is the presenters? Frederick, hello? Okay, our presenter is gone. Any volunteer who want to finish up? No, guys, I thought we are together. Prof, you want to finish up? Can I get some volunteer to finish up? Oh, okay, no, let me just prepare myself. In the next conference, I think I could finish it up. Okay. This is not a problem. It is the issue of technology. Yeah? When technology, we cannot manage technology. This is what has happened. But also we have to acknowledge technology because we don't have to be physically where we are. We can be wherever we are in order to articulate our ideas. Earlier on, I was calling the presenters as they are on our program, and I only got two, but there are some colleagues also who would like to present, and we have got Dr. Tigere Moringa, and we have got Dr. Elvin Shava. I think they are physically here. Colleagues, where are you? Okay, that is Doctor. Okay, I'm going to call Dr. Tigere to come forward. Snake.
Where's the stick? Yeah, bring it. Second. What's the title?
One thing which I've also noticed is that those who are teachers at the university is that students, they are so much innovative and they are so much knowledgeable about these gadgets which we are talking about, to an extent that even if you want to catch them, that they are pleasurizing, you cannot, which means we have got a lot of responsibilities of making sure that we are ahead. Otherwise, what is the use of writing assignment if the machine can do that? What is the use of hating technology in agriculture if food can be produced? Which means I can, in the morning, I will go for a gym. I know that food will be on my table. We are just waiting. The two colleagues are going to present, that is Dr. Tigere and Dr. Shava. I think there is a deficit here of presenters. While we are waiting, Dr. Tigere to be helped with the presentation, are there any comments? Any? Oh, okay. Is it back? Okay, just been interrupted.
Hello.
Chair, can I continue with my
Frederick?
presentation? I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. My
Hi,
apologies for that technical glitch.
You disappeared. I'm just going to ask the audience if we can give you, I think your time was already done. Can we give you 5 minutes?
I'd be most grateful, Chair.
Okay, you had a thumb up, then which means just brief us on the findings and the important aspect of it. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair.
Make sure that you move the slides. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. The purpose of the study, this study is aimed to design a framework based on mathematical modeling for streamlining IS&T project selection and prioritization decisions for Kenya state corporations. Research methodology, I use an explanatory mixed method research approach, sequential, that matter. And here, quantitative study will first be carried out to ascertain the multi-criteria decision-making methods that are currently in use by the Kenyan state corporations, and to determine the limitations facing decision makers in IST project selection and prioritization. This will be followed by qualitative study to clarify and enhance the research findings besides answering the how research questions. Now, originality of the research, there is no evidence at the moment in literature to suggest that Kenyan state corporations have adopted any or a combination of the existing MCDM methods as strategic tools and instruments for decision making. As I mentioned, Chair, this is an ongoing work. I am yet to collect data and to analyze and to present my findings. Policy implications of the results are redesigned tool or redesigned tools and instruments for complex decision-making based on mathematical modeling. I have a list of selected references here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederick. Colleagues, another round of applause for Frederick. What intrigued me is that let us begin. Even if we say that this is an ongoing study, at least we have started. That is very much important. This technology are very scary. Can you just imagine a human being created by the AI, moving around? Maybe one day we'll end up marrying. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, Frederick, thank you very much. Where you are, it has been made possible by the AI.
Thank you,
colleagues, we have got, stay on the line to also listen to other colleagues who are going to present now. And again, thank you very much for your time to be part of your audience. And I'm going to call upon, okay, maybe, are there some questions to Frederick? Are there some questions? This is a case study from Kenya. And again, that Africa has got a problem of the low data sets. And artificial intelligence cannot be advanced without that. Therefore, which means we need a caliber of scholars who are at that particular level. Colleagues, are there some questions to Frederick? Okay, no, I know what that you are thinking, but I mean, okay, just hold on those questions. Okay, I'm going to call upon Dr. Tigere, who will be also representing on behalf of Dr. Shava. Also, I don't know whether he is here as well. Just imagine that very soon we will be driving the electric cars.
Can you just imagine? I'm waiting for that moment. Yeah,
that's that one.
where you are not going to be rushing to the petrol station, but will be driving around. Education is very key. During my years, we used to be taught and memorize, a locust. A locust will even be beaten, Prof, for not knowing the parts of the locust. I say that today, what is a locust? Some of us here, you don't even know a locust. But today, the Asian nations and other advanced nations, they are investing in the artificial intelligence. Even if you look at locust, what is it that locust can be, transformed into something which is more valuable to us? We are lagging behind and we need to catch up if we have to. Today is the end of the summit, which is in Russia, which is very much important. Those countries, whether they are joining now, they are going to advance on this online platform, the artificial intelligence. Let us be there. Dr. Tigere, the colleagues here, they are going to present on the digital empowerment of women in the public sector in the South African context. Let us give them a listening ear.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. My name is Dr. Muringa, and I'll be presenting on the digital empowerment of women in the South African public sector. We authored the paper with my colleague, Dr. Elvin Shaw, who is a senior lecturer at University of KwaZulu-Natal. Basically, the paper is a systematic review focusing on the digital empowerment of women in the public sector in South Africa. So first things first, as we all know that South Africa is leading in the African continent in terms of digital transformation, as has been noted with states SA and other various sources that the country is leading. And because of that, the digital empowerment landscape in South Africa involves equipping individuals, particularly marginalized groups like women, with the skills and access necessary to engage meaningful in the digital economy and access to digital services. So despite the progress that has been made in South Africa in terms of the integration and transformation of the digital space and the opening of the digital space to all corners and all facets of society, South Africa has a significant and a huge gender digital divide. And by digital divide, I mean that there is a disparity between those who have and those who do not have access to the digital space and technologies, right? According to the recent studies, only 21% of IT experts, executives in South Africa are women, and this reflects the broader gender inequality in the ICT industry. Furthermore, rural women are particularly disadvantaged in South Africa, with over 60% of women in rural areas lacking access to reliable internet access and digital tools. So this divide has a huge impact on the welfare of women and the progression of women in their advancement in South Africa, because the divide hampers gender equality, economic participation, and also public sector innovation, because at the end you'd realize that most innovations within the public sector are being led and spearheaded by the male figure, and this can only be attributed to the lack and limited participation of women within the public sector in the ICT industry and in those spaces that are of that same nature. So it is very necessary and essential for us to close the digital divide by means of enhancing gender equity and improving public service delivery and advancing the country's socioeconomic development. And by so doing, we need to cover the gap between those who have the digital access and ICT access, of which most of them who do not have are women and women in rural areas in the public sector. So what are the key objectives of this study? So the study sought to identify and analyze the key barriers that prevent women's full participation in the digital empowerment initiatives within the public sector in South Africa. And the paper also sought to review, to explore how government interventions and collaboration with stakeholders can be of help to overcome these barriers and enhancing women's inclusion and in the digital skills development programs. So the critical key research question that informed the study was, what are the key barriers to digital empowerment of women in South Africa? And how do factors like limited funding, resistance to change, socioeconomic cultural norms contribute to these challenges, right? And also sought to look at how can government interventions and collaborations can improve women's inclusion in digital skills development programs within the public sector. So the study design was the systematic review approach that adopted the PRISMA approach. Sources were drawn from a Web of Science corpus, Google Scholar, EBSCOhost, and government reports. Such key terms that were used include digital empowerment of women and the inclusion criteria. A total of 550 studies were identified, and after removing duplicates, 500 studies were screened. 45 studies were selected for in-depth analysis. So from the study, we identified the socio-economic environment for the public sector in South Africa. And we identified that there is a limited digital infrastructure, that hugely and in large part affects women in rural areas who have less access to high speed internet and digital devices. This further exacerbates the digital divide that, women are always at the receiving end. There's also economic disparity within the integration and adoption of ICT and digital technology within the public sector. Women from lower income backgrounds and are disproportionately affected by the lack of affordable digital resources, and that restricts the ability to participate in digital skills program, mostly in rural areas. And the levels of unemployment in South Africa also exacerbate the extent and ability of women to participate in the digital economy. And the education gaps between men and women in South Africa also affects how women in the public sector can appropriate and use those technologies. The cost of access is one of the biggest, where the devices, the data, and broadband access is highly priced. And research shows that there is more men who are working than women, and unemployment continue to rise, and the ability of those women to access these digital technologies and ICT is very, very low. So the barriers that we identified from the study, the first one was the weak policy implementation. The reviews of the study, even though there has been efforts, for example, the National Development Plan and the National Integrated ICT Policy Paper 2016 exist, their implementation has been very, very slow and inconsistent, especially in public sector and rural areas. The issue of political instability also hinders and affects the integration and women's participation within the digital economy, within the public sector, because frequent changes in leadership often disrupts continuity in digital empowerment programs that are earmarked for women. And as a result, they hinder the long-term success of such initiatives. At the end of the day, most of the programs are aborted before the women even benefit. Another issue or barrier that affects women participation within the public sector is also the lack of funding. Digital empowerment programs that are earmarked for women often receive inadequate funding, and this leads to insufficient infrastructure and resources to support women's inclusion in the ICT. Institutional gender bias. This is one of the greatest things that featured prominently in the review. The agenda biases within the public institutions. And these are predicated within attitudes, patriarchal attitudes and norms that form the grounds and basis of the public sector. And they limit women's advancement in ICT-related roles. Normally, public sector prefers ICT men than women to be handling their ICTs, where they are underrepresented in leadership and positions. Then there are also administrative delays. Bureaucratic inefficiencies slow the implementation of digital skills. So we also identify that there are opportunities as we round up. There are opportunities for digital empowerment for women. For example, government has been on the forefront in setting up ICT centers for women and provide them access with digital literacy. The mobile technology, the rise of mobile technology, women in the public sector can also harness that and use it. And they also need to harness the advantages and the benefits from public and private partnerships with different sectors. Government support policies like BBE Act provides a framework for including marginalized groups in the digital economy, although more focus is on gender is needed. So there are a lot of legislative barriers that actually affect women's inclusion and participation in the digital economy, particularly in the public sector. Inefficient law enforcement. The laws are there. The employment equity, promotion of the PEPUDA and stuff like that. All of them have been promulgated and put in place, but the enforcement is lacking, and as a result, women still unequally represented. And there's also issue of limited rural reach. The National Integrated ICT White Paper policy has not sufficiently addressed the digital access challenges in rural technology. The patriarchal norms also came out that the public sector is patriarchal in nature, and this has limited women participation in ICT and digital technology. So there are government interventions that are there, the existing programs, they've made some progress. However, the review really showed that there is still limited funding and they are short-term. And because they are short-term, they do not actually address the needs of women in the long term, because to master ICT is not an event, rather it is a process, because they continually evolve and upgrade. So stakeholder collaboration, very important in the government, is partnering with stakeholders for the inclusion of women. And it's bearing fruit, but there are challenges in terms of coordinating issues between stakeholders and the misalignment of goals and insufficient long-term goals. So in summary and conclusion, key findings and implications of this study: the barriers include ineffective policy enforcement, cultural norms, and infrastructure challenges. There has been government and stakeholder collaboration, and it has been critical to enhance women's participation in the digital skills program in the public sector. However, there needs to be a the policies that have been put in place, they need to be more gender sensitive, and we require a holistic and sustainable approach to empower digital empowerment. In a nutshell, we argue that digital empowerment is critical for gender equality in the public sector, and existing barriers need urgent policy intervention and stakeholder collaboration that are gender sensitive and targeted specifically on enhancing and improving women's participation in the public sector. Then we recommend that we enforce existing gender equity laws more rigorously and more monitoring and evaluation. Then we also need to increase government funding and infrastructure development and expand partnership with the public sector and non-governmental organizations, so that we can realize at the end of the day the full inclusion and participation of women in the digital economy and enhance their digital skills. Thank you very much for your time.
Colleagues, another round of applause. Dr. Tigere, thank you very much presenting. Yes. On behalf of Dr. Shawa as well, maybe I'm going to open the floor for the questions. At our own peril, we exclude and divide and marginalize society in a very important era of technology. Things are moving. We need to get along. Dr. Medron, colleagues, questions? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Thank you for the good presentation. In one of the slides, the presenter discusses institutional bias. I haven't seen quantitative data-driven research in terms of proving that there is institutional bias regarding gender, regarding women being excluded. If you are a woman in South Africa today, you have better access to opportunities, educational and employment. If you look at social sciences, women outnumber men. So is it a preference? Women choose not to go to IT engineering, not because they are excluded intentionally.
Okay. Dr. Tigere, where are you? Oh, okay. Do you want to? Maybe you can answer that question. Other colleagues who would like to pose a question. This study is very important. Because sometimes when there are this technology, we think that things are normal, whereas they are not.
All right, thank you so much. If I heard you correctly, you said you haven't come across quantitative data. Quantitative. All right, that suggests that there is bias and stuff like that, which is very true. And I agree with you that there is actually a need for further research to look at that matter, but studies that has been done in terms of qualitative studies, they actually point to that. And this particular study was a systematic review of 45 studies that were done in South Africa looking at gender inclusion and ICT. And this is one of the things that these studies have identified. I didn't touch on the summary of studies included. Most of them were actually qualitative studies that were coming out. So for recommendation purposes, I think there is a need for a longitudinal study, which will look at, looking at the entire country, but doing both qualitative and quantitative studies so that we can see and gauge really if there is indeed gender biases. But looking at the studies that were conducted, the qualitative study, the gender biases were more prominent in rural areas as opposed to urban municipality or urban public sector services. So yeah, I'm hoping that I responded effectively to your question. All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I guess that one of the very important element of the question is that where there are opportunities of organizational development, our female colleagues, they hold back. But we need to ask ourselves a question: why are they holding back from attending those courses? Is it because they are surrounded by a lot, or they have to multitask a lot of things? I mean, if you are to manage home and also you are a colleague at the same time, and there is this course which is a week long. Usually, if you are there, you are going to be there physically, but your mind is on other tasks at the same time. We also need to make sure that some of these tasks, we enable our colleagues to be part of those. Okay, I've just been advised that for the colleagues who didn't present yesterday, They've got an opportunity to present next door. Yes. Are there some colleagues here? While I'm entertaining or inviting the colleagues to the presentation done by Dr. Tegere. Okay, if you haven't presented, you might not be on the program, but also there is a space. Why should you deprive us of that particular knowledge? Okay, colleagues, are there some questions relating to the presentation on the digital empowerment of women? Okay, let us give the last round of applause to our colleagues who were online. I guess that Professor Tlo and Frederick, they might be listening to us at this moment. Another round of applause for myself. Yes, hey, in this world, if you don't look after yourself, hey, we are living in a very rough world at the same time. But at the same time, on a very serious note, our world is no longer bipolar. It is multi. And that is where things are very difficult. I indicated that today, the summit in Russia has ended. And many people, they want to join that. What is it? Which means there is a wrestling of what is going on. And also we have got many wars, and people in Gaza, in West Bank, they are dying. It's a very serious issue. Sometimes I used to pray that let the Palestinian die. You see, the project must end now, rather than enduring the suffering where a 6-year-old is left alone, knowing that the parents have died in front of that human being. And we are a democratic world. What is democracy about that? Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. I think we are also behind schedule at the same time. I'm going to get some direction. What a flow.
Thank you so much to Dr. Ndwakulu Chishonga. We will now begin the next breakout room for the session, which will be chaired by Prof. Claudia Lodia.
Thank you very much, Chair. Actually, program coordinator. All right, so the first presentation is from Professor Joseph Francis, and the title Driven Local Economic Development Strategy, Experiences from Pilot Testing in Vembe Municipality. Professor Francis, it's my pleasure to... All right, so maybe what we can do, we can check if is with us the second presenter, which is Miss Fulefelo Chilo. Is she online? Okay, excellent. Yes. So then we can do that. So we can start with this presentation, which is entitled Investigating the Adoption of Smart Urban Agricultural Technologies, a case study of the city of Johannesburg. So Miss Fulufelo, Miss Fulufelo, Miss Chilo, are you ready or excellent?
Yes, I'm ready.
Perfect.
Can you see my slide?
And then yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Fulufelo.
I think you are muted, so perhaps you can unmute yourself.
No, I'm not muted.
No, he's muted. But we cannot hear you. I don't know if you are talking.
Can you now hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
I'm Purupere Chiriro, a researcher from Human Sciences Research Council. Today I'll be sharing my study titled Investigating the Adoption of Smart Urban Agricultural Technology, a case study of the city of Joburg. This is just the outline of the presentation. At the moment, more than half of the population, they now reside in cities, and it's projected to increase to 66% by the year 2050. In South Africa, we have about 67% of the population in urban areas and projected to change to close to 80% by 2050. And most of our food is from the rural area, of which at the moment is reaching the limits of sustainability. I'm sure you remember the COVID-19, which caused disruption in food supply chain and also worsened existing food insecurity among the poorest in the cities. Therefore, this calls for us to go back and relook the importance of urban agriculture, which is its importance has been shown at the same time while the rising level of urban poverty and also food shortages. At the same time, while we are also realizing the importance and we want to refocus our attention on urban agriculture, there is rising demand for urban land. Therefore, the land in the cities, it's expensive and there's competition for the land in terms of development and urban agriculture. And also, we should also be mindful of the fact that cities were not designed to provide sustainable sources for food for large population. Therefore, if we are to really maximize urban agriculture, we'll have to relook into some of the technologies to maximize production and improve production. And at the moment, the scarcity of studies to inform decision-making in terms of adoption of technologies, in which most of the cities are trying to adopt them. The purpose of this research was to identify smart agriculture technologies currently being used within the city of Joburg and also investigate willingness to adopt additional smart agriculture technologies. As already mentioned, the study area was in city of Joburg, which at the moment currently accommodates more than half of the Gauteng population with high poverty rates. And in response to high poverty rate and food insecurities, the city of Joburg has come up with various initiatives such as food resilience program, empowerment zones, promotion of communal farms, school-based urban agriculture, and home gardens. And COJ is also considering investing in smart innovative technologies to improve urban agriculture production. The study adopted a sequential mixed method approach, which starts with qualitative and then ends with quantitative. For qualitative, focus group discussions were utilized with 34 focus group discussions that were conducted. They were analyzed using Atlas TI in order to, and then for quantitative, we had to adopt household up survey. And then the sampling size was 2,400 households. And the households were chosen randomly after the sampling areas were developed, in which in one of the sampling areas, it was only 25 households that were interviewed. Our results shows that for the survey, our results show that most of the participants were females and they were youth, and also in terms of education levels, most of them had secondary education. For household, most of them were not involved in urban agriculture, and the type of agriculture that most of the households were involved in, it was back and front yard gardens, and only a few were selling their produce. And most of the cited reasons for starting urban agriculture was to increase food security and for income reasons. And for FDGs, all of the participants for FDGs were farmers. And our results further show low adoption rates of technologies. And one of the reasons why they are not adopting it was lack of awareness and also the use of traditional farming method and also finances. FDG participants further revealed that yes, they are aware of certain technologies such as hydroponics and others. However, they are not using them due to finances and awareness. There was mention of the use of hydroponics in the city center, which was part of a certain project wherein it was trials. And when asked how the city can can implement such technologies, participants suggested that they should be subsidized to reduce their cost. And also when asked what will motivate them to adopt such technologies, training came out the most, and also technical support followed by the funding and awareness. Our study highlights that, yes, urban agriculture plays a significant role in food security and income generation. This was shown by the large proportion of households that cited increasing food security and income as a motivation to start urban agriculture. And therefore, the city will have to really optimize food production using the available spaces due to its importance. Furthermore, our study further showed that there is a level of awareness among farmers with regards to technologies. However, it shows that high level of awareness does not necessarily translate to high adoption rate of such technologies. And one of the critical findings was, yes, they are aware of technologies and they're saying that they're expensive, but they don't mention the issue of maintenance and also what it takes to run such technologies. For instance, if you are to look at hydroponics, you'll need energy, so it will increase the cost of production. In conclusion, our study shows that there is low adoption of technologies, and technologies that are currently being used are mainly in the city center. Yes, there is also willingness to adopt, with two main barriers that were identified, which are financial constraints and lack of awareness. However, even if we are to educate people and make them aware of such technology, they should have comprehensive information so that they choose to adopt such technologies, knowing what it takes to run them, suitability, economic analysis, and also technical requirements. The policy implications. Since most of our respondents were youth, there is a need for community mobilization for urban agriculture, particularly among the youth who are unemployed, and also this would be good for business opportunities. Also, due to the fact that some of these technologies are expensive to buy, it is recommended that COJ establish a private partnership for scaling up and introducing new technologies. They can work with already established councils such as your Agricultural Research Council, CSIR, and also universities. And also there is a need for policy that provide financial support such as subsidies and low interest loans, and also training. We'd like to thank City of Joburg and Human Science Research Council. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you very much for this very insightful presentation. I think we should check, because I saw there were some questions in the chat. All right, no, maybe perhaps this was a previous message. I can now open the floor to questions. Anyone wants to ask something related to this presentation? If there is not anyone else, perhaps I can ask you just a question. I was curious to know if the adoption of this smart agricultural technology, if you consider only well, formal settlements, or you are also considering informal settlements in your study? Because I came across a lot of urban farming among informal settlements, and I was curious to see if there was any evidence that you found also in the city of Johannesburg about this.
Yes, the study considered COJ. I think we covered the whole of COJ. We had different sampling areas within COJ. Yes, there is indeed urban agriculture farming also in the informal settlements, and also in areas like Deep Sloot. There is what we call empowerment zones, where the city has provided land for agriculture. They assist those farmers together with the inputs and also with the access to markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. Thank you very much. So a last round of applause for you. And now we can move to actually what was supposed to be the second presenter, but I'm so sorry I missed it, which is Mr. Nkangwe Makavu. Is gonna present promoting innovation for local economic development via competitions among youth entrepreneurs in Vembe district. Thank you very much. Please, you can, the floor is yours.
I think she's still loading it. I don't know. Yeah, the presentation, so it's like she's loading it there. So I don't know whether. That is the presentation. So let's check. Okay. Okay. What are you looking?
She's loading the presentation, but I'm trying to share it via Bluetooth. Can you send it on WhatsApp? Yeah. It is, yeah.
Oh, do you want it on WhatsApp?
Oh, it's there? It's coming. It's coming fast.
Okay. Yeah, let's make sure that you
quickly.
That you open it.
Yeah, we're Bluetoothing it. This presentation. 2 seconds, moving fast.
Sure. I don't know how to entertain you. I'm sure you will be happy to. Funny that when we talk about it,
Yeah.
Hello, colleagues.
Someone online.
Hello.
I cannot see who you are. Maybe
Yes,
I can.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Do you want to ask a question?
Yes, I just wanted to find out. I was logged in, but by mistake, kicked off. So when I came back, I could not see where are we. I was supposed to be presenting, and I just want to know whether I'm still to present or what happened, or maybe it was past. It's David Tinaro.
You are Professor Joseph Francis?
No.
No.
David Tinaro.
All right. And
So I don't know where can you locate it.
in the previous
Musa.
Oh, shame. Okay.
Maybe finish the presentations for this.
Yeah.
Yes. So sorry. I was informed you were scheduled for the previous presentation breakaway session. So what?
I think it's a presentation about the innovation.
We are presenting their interpret. So I think you can give.
Okay. Okay.
This one.
Okay. So we let him pick it for you. Okay. Excellent. Okay. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, being good.
okay.
I think that will
So
that's the one. Just open and then.
all right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna start with you. Then we're gonna have a Professor Tinarwo, and then we have Professor Francis. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Makavu Nkangwe, working for Vembe District Municipality in Limpopo, part of South Africa, of course. So I'm not in academia, but I'm an LED practitioner. So I'm here to present the study that we have conducted entitled Promoting Innovation for Local Economic Development via Competitions Among Young Entrepreneurs in the Bembe district. This is the program that it's an annual program that we are running. This program has started way back in 2008. So what happens, just as a way of a background, is that there are young people who are, in the business space. So what we do is that we run this competition so that we acknowledge their work and what they are contributing in terms of local economic development. So what happens is that the competition focuses in 3 main economic sectors that drive our economy in Vembe, which is agriculture, tourism, and SMME. So each sector at the end, it awards its best 3 performing young people. So meaning that at each and every time when we award, at least 9 young people do benefit. So the challenge that is there, or the research problem, was that since 2008 to date, which is about 16 years ago, there haven't been any study that has been conducted to establish how this competition impact to the participants' business growth and the contribution to the LED. So we just felt that perhaps it's time that we should try and close that gap. So the purpose of this presentation, that is to explore how the youth in business competition impact participants' entrepreneurial journey and local economic development. And at the same time, just to establish as to what does the participants themselves regards as the viable intervention to enhance both competition and the business. So in terms of the methodology, this study was approached as a qualitative survey, wherein we crafted some questions, and the questionnaire was circulated via the Google Forms and the emails. So there were about 110 potential respondents that we sent the questionnaire to. And then after sending them, of course, when the questionnaire comes back, then what we did, then we managed to identify themes and sub-themes, and also the issue of, trying to capture the verbatim quotes from the respondents. So in terms of the results, research results, and the interpretation, what happened is that out of the questions that we sent out, at least 22 respondents participated, of which when we categorized them, we found that 9 were females and 13 were males. And that's the age range, 29 to 44 for the participants. And of course, like I indicated, our economy is driven by these 3 sectors. So all the participants were coming from agriculture, tourism, and SMME. And what happens is that when we try to distill what we get out of the questionnaire, we found that there were 4 broad themes that were distilled with multiple subsection under each theme. So the first theme, as the results, was the platform for growth and accessing opportunity. So then the sub-theme under that one was the issue of encouragement for youth in business, opening doors for entrepreneurship, opportunity, and economic empowerment. That is how this competition is being envisaged by the participants. When we captured the some of the direct expression from the participants, that is what they indicated. Some of them indicated that this is a good platform for any youth that wants to really grow in their business environment and the economy. So to us, when we interpret that, we find that it simply means that this competition is vital in terms of empowering youth to access opportunities and aiding both individual and economic growth. And then the second theme that we managed to get there, it was the issue of the persistence and the motivation, simply because what happens in this competition is that when a person participates in the competition and won, you are not allowed to, in terms of the criteria and the requirements of the competition, to re-enter the competition again. So we'll find that a young person may enter into the competition this year and find that he or she didn't make it, didn't cut, the winning line, though. So she persists and they come again and again, up until, as long as the years, they will still be allowing him or her to participate. So that way demonstrated the issue of persistence and of course motivation to participate in the competition. So in terms of the codes that were there, some were saying, I have applied twice, but still don't get the chance of winning the competition, but I won't lose hope. I will keep trying. Actually, this makes sense, because remember, when these people, they're participating in the competition, it's not like they're in the business for the competition. The business is their work, is their own business that they are running. But for them to be recognized and awarded at the end of the day, then it needs persistence if you're not winning. So that is what it tells us. So the issue of resistance and persistence is well demonstrated there. Then on the issue of the third theme, business development and the impact. So the subsections there, or the sub-themes there, it's the issue of the business restructuring, the increased production, job creation, economic contribution and local business growth, personal and community empowerment through this competition. I know of about 7 young people who are now millionaires as we speak. So this competition has made a very huge impact in terms of empowering young people in the business space. So hence the business development and impact that we are talking about. So the competition itself has managed to produce the tangible business impact, such as restructuring, such as job creation, economic growth, and of course, even the growth for both individual and the communities that surround that businesses. All they've managed to benefit and improved as a way of benefit out of this competition. The last theme that we managed to get there is the recognition and skills development. You'll remember that when we awards at the end of the day, the executive mayor of the district will be the one to hand over the awards, and all the media people, they will be there. So it gives that recognition that young entrepreneur needs. So come the printed paper of the next day, then that person will be at the front page, and it gives them a very good recognition at the end of the day. So that is what we get out of this competition. And then as an interpretation to the results, the competition enhanced skills enhancement and confidence building, contributing along the terms of entrepreneur complacency. So it's a conclusion that what we are really, have to emphasize on this one is to say there is a need to continue investing in young entrepreneurs and a strategic policy focus of on building a thriving business ecosystem. Our young people, these are our future leaders, and they are the people who are, they compose the biggest chunk of the unemployed. So if we continue investing in that space, then we are empowering them. Instead of looking for the jobs, then they will create jobs for themselves and also employ others. So it becomes very important that we continue investing in that space. On the issue of the originality of the research, this is the first study so far on youth and business competition in Vhembe district since inception in 2008. So for the fact that it's the first study, therefore it means it displays its originality on that. In terms of the policy implication of the results, we are saying perhaps going forward, it shouldn't be, just the issue of winning. Maybe issue of mentoring and skills development should come as a package, so that we must have an aftercare of the people that wins, then they must be taken care of after and beyond the competition itself, so that we create the sustainability opportunity there. So yeah, I think that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makabo. Is there any question on the floor, online, or here that Mr. Makabo? Yes, please. We are starting from here, and then we can see if there is anyone online.
Sure. Thank you. I think it's a very interesting presentation, but I just wanted to check if there are specific type of LED projects and that you are talking about, and what is normally their duration. If you say we've got millionaires, what has created that? I think that would be quite important, because a lot of problems we have in South Africa in local government is how do we really make local economic development impactful, functional, viable, and not a by the way. So I'm always quite interested to know if somebody says we are a local economic development unit for municipality X. I want to know what are the LED questions and issues that you are dealing with that can demonstrate sustainability. I'm raising this because I'm very passionate about local government. And one of the biggest problems we have we need to understand is that if any municipality does not have a strong local economic development component, if you look at the constitutional configuration of municipalities, it would actually tell you that municipality's existence is very questionable, because municipalities must be able to generate their own economic activities and be viable. So I'm raising this because, I mean, you know better than I do that many of the municipalities in South Africa do not have that. So essentially it tells you that a large chunk of municipalities are not supposed to exist. That is actually where I'm going. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you for the question. And I think it is very much relevant. What happens in this space that I'm articulating is that we are referring to the young people who are running their own different types of businesses. Others are in the agriculture, others are in the tourism, others are in the SMME. So what we do, we allow them to do whatever that they are doing there. So when the time comes for the competition, because this competition is normally staged under during the youth month, which is June. So we'll issue out the call for application. For those who are in the business, of course, then they will have to apply. And then we do the normal, checking and the processing the criterias, and those who qualifies, then they will have to compete, and we dispatch the team of judges. They will go there and interview them, scoring them, and the best three, of course, then they will win. Whatever type of a project that they are doing, as long as we are able to categorize them in one of the economic drives. But apart from the competition itself, we also have some other projects at a district municipality now that we are implementing, which are contributing to the district revenue, which then they generate revenue for the district. One critical example for that is the issue of is the project wherein we lease the type of, the farm machineries that we are having as a municipality. We lease the farm machineries in order to support our small scale farmers. So small scale farmers, they come to our district municipality and they lease for whatever service that they need in terms of the farm implements, be it for plowing, be it for ridging, harrowing and everything. And by so doing, then we are, generating the revenue for the local municipality. And they linked it to that because then we are supporting small-scale farmers on the primary level. Then linked to that, we have established a fresh produce market, wherein those who produce whatever that they are producing, then it should be able to be linked to the fresh produce market for those who wants to sell what they want to sell. We have created the coalition point, and then they will supply them there, and then be taken to the retailing shops and the all other markets. So that is how it's working.
Thank you very much. Any other super quick question, please? And then we really have to, because we are now again behind the schedule.
For the sake of continuation, did you consider sort of repackaging the prize for the people that win, in terms of not just giving them a monetary value, but in sort of investing in their growth, in their business growth, something more aligned to like a business accelerator, because there are business accelerators in the country, and they take on people for like a period of time, for like a year or so. And so they sort of support them through their growth for like a year. So have you like considered any other options to have a greater impact with the prize that you'll give them?
Okay, no, thank you. I don't know if whether I heard the question correctly, but if it is the question wants to know about the whether we have considered in terms of awarding these young people, not in a monetary value, also in kind, yes. If that is the case, then yes, we are doing both actually, because in this competition we also have we have attracted some investors in it, like your Standard Bank. If I may tell you one, they have come to the party. So what they do is that whoever wins and they need to be supported by Standard Bank, that person needs to make a quotation of what he or she needs. Then the Standard Bank will pay to the service provider, and the winner then will go and collect whatever that he wants to to grow his business on. That is one. But on the other end, on our end, the criteria on our end says the money that this person is going to be to receive, 100%, it should be reinvested in the business. That's a criteria. So what do we do then? We have got LEDET, which is Popo Local Economic Development and Environment, who does the monitoring and evaluation to make sure that all those that have won, then they are reinvesting the whole money into business development, just to improve their businesses. So I don't know if whether I answered the question.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Makabo. Big round of applause for you. Honestly, I'm not sure if we will be able to have the presentation from Professor David Tinawo, because we have still 2 presentations from this session. So I don't think we have the time. We are running late now. We were so I'm what sorry?
I
Yeah,
will try to be very quick. I will try to be very quick. I've been waiting.
sorry.
I said I will try to be very quick because I've been waiting.
I understand, but the problem is that it's already 1. We were supposed to finish at 1. Now we have other 2 presentations scheduled.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, so we have a swap. We have a nice. Thank you, Professor. So Professor Francis kindly said that we can give you the opportunity to present. I don't like my voice repeat. So thank you very much. So Professor David Tinawo, you're going to be presenting nuggets for hosting a first ever waste to energy biogas student hackathon at a rural-based university. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me try to load the presentation. Let me know if you can see the first slide.
Sorry?
Can you see the first slide of the presentation so that I can go on?
Not yet. No, not yet.
Not yet.
No, not yet, because we are losing connection. It looks like the signal is not great at the moment. It's fine.
Oh.
You can continue. We the ICS, the technical assistants are trying to assist, but at the moment it looks like.
Okay, so maybe I can start talking about it.
Yes, please.
Yeah, sure. Yes, my name.
Yeah, if you can share your slide, I'm sure we will be able to see it. You just have to click on share and.
I did so. I'm not sure why is it not showing. I did share. I really did.
Yeah.
Right, then.
I think you can. Oh, okay. Now it seems to be. There we go. Perfect. Now you can put in the presentation mode, and then we are able to see everything very well.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right. Okay, fine.
There we go. Perfect.
Yes. Okay, so I'm not going to take much on my introduction. My name is David Tinawo. I'm doing this in partnership with my colleagues, Professor Francis Ilia. Right. The topic, as you can see, is nuggets from hosting a first ever waste to energy biogas student hackathon, a rural-based university, in this case, University of Venda. Right. My presentation layout has introduction, research methodology, results, discussion, and conclusions. Okay, just to give a background to this, we all know the demand of clean, affordable, and reliable energy continues to grow because of many factors: increase in population, global population, and improvement of living conditions of people. All those contribute, development of industry. All those contribute to the demand of energy. When we look into South Africa, we also have a challenge of inadequate energy supply, which is attributed to insufficient generation capacity. And we know the challenges which we have been facing in the few months. We are talking of some days without load shedding, but we are not yet really safe to say we no longer have load shedding. So meaning to say the problem of energy is really a big problem. And when it comes then to, poor, communities, it is even worse. But however, when looking at it from a different eye, those challenges of energy problems coupled with maybe, the abundance or too much of waste in the rural communities present not only challenges, they also present some opportunities. And if this is, converted, waste is converted to energy, then you are solving the two problems at one go. So at the University of Venda on the 21st to 23rd of July of 2023, we held the first ever, a hackathon to try and, innovate, stimulate youngsters to think about solutions of how to, work around the conversion of waste to energy. And the hackathon event in this regard sought to leverage students' creativity and technical expertise to address energy challenges by harnessing biogas technology and exploring it as a practical, local sourced energy solution while encouraging the entrepreneurship and innovation in these learners. In this paper, which is a very short paper, we are looking at reviewing comprehensively the hackathon, including its design, outcomes, and broader implications in development of rural setups or rural, environments. The methodology we followed, the hackathon held over 48 hours, so 2 days. We held the hackathon and adopted a participatory experiential learning approach, and a total of 26 youths were in the hackathon. And then, sorry, my slides was covered. Okay, fine. 26 students were involved, and these students were taken from a diverse range of disciplines, from engineering, business, environment, science, and so on. And were divided into teams of 5, and these were about 6 teams. Each team was tasked with developing a prototype or a business model or innovative solution that utilizes biogas technology for waste to energy conversion. And the hackathon was structured around several components. First, there were some master classes on biogas technology, entrepreneurship, and funding, which were facilitated by experts from United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the University of Venda, UNIVEN. And also, we had mentorship sessions where students received guidance on prototype development and business model creation. Then the last stage was actually when these students now were presenting their ideas in form of pitching their ideas, giving solutions to the panel of judges, including industry experts and academics, who would then judge to say if what the students were saying is something practical and is something doable. Then data for this analysis was collected through participant feedback forms, mentor observations, and post-event debriefing sessions. The results were analyzed qualitatively to get the the impact on the students' knowledge, skills, and entrepreneurial mindset. Results I am going to present: participants' demographics and team composition. We have, as I have told you, a total of 26 students who participated with a very special, alignment to, I can say, even over alignment to the requirements of the project. We were tasking to get at least 40% being women or females. But in this, we had 70% being female, which is a significant achievement considering our initial target. Then teams were multidisciplinary, comprising students from business, environmental science, and engineering backgrounds. This diversity contributed to the richness of ideas and solutions developed in those groups. Then we look at the prototypes and solutions developed in these sessions. Over the course of the hackathon, the teams developed the 6 distinct biogas-related solutions, and these included biogas purification system, which are aimed at improving the efficiency of biogas for households cooking. Waste-to-energy community hubs designed to process organic waste into biogas and compost for small-scale farmers. And mobile mobile biogas units, which could be deployed in rural areas lacking permanent infrastructures. And each solution was accompanied by a detailed business model. In other words, how then do they need, can they push it forward to the market and, get money out of it, including strategies for commercialization and scaling. Teams also considered the socio-economic impact of their solutions, focusing on affordability and accessibility. Skills development. Participants here reported significant growth in several areas, including technical knowledge related to biogas production, purification, and distribution, which they gathered definitely from the lectures which were given by experts before they started. Entrepreneurial skills, particularly in the areas of business model development and pitching, giving their idea of the business in a very short time in a convincing manner so that they attract possible funders to assist them. And most of all, they benefited a lot from their confession, teamwork and collaboration, which you can see from the picture to your right, how focused they are in discussing their ideas. So teamwork in collaboration with the students, noting that the multidisciplinary nature of the teams allowed for a richer learning experience. Then many students expressed an increased interest in pursuing entrepreneurship as a career. And one of the students remarked, as quoted there, "I never thought I could start a business around waste, but this hackathon showed me the possibility," which is really a good thing to hear from someone who has just spent 48 hours in that session. Gender inclusivity. The hackathon surpassed, of course, as I said, its gender participation target, which was at 40% to 70% of the participants. The outcome, this outcome aligns with the global push to involve more women in STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and entrepreneurship. Challenges, of course, we had, and of course from there, had some lessons learned. Several challenges were identified during the hackathon. First, logistical and time constraints. Tight planning timelines and overlapping events caused stress for both participants and organizers. In future events, extended planning periods and more streamlined logistics are recommended. I remember during that time we had the National Science Week hosted at our university. The same weekend we were doing the hackathon. So people were so divided. I remember myself having to go to both sides, giving time to this and so on. So yes, that gave us a bit of some challenges. Communication gaps. Effective communication between mentors, participants, and organizers was occasionally lacking, leading to misunderstandings regarding project expectations. Key lessons included the importance of longer lead times for planning and the establishment of dedicated committees to manage the event logistics. Discussion of the results. The success of the Waste-to-Energy Biogas Student Hackathon highlights the potential of hackathons as platforms for driving innovation and entrepreneurship in rural universities. The event not only fostered technical and entrepreneurial skills, but also contributed to the broader discourse on sustainable energy solutions in communities. Biogas as a renewable energy source holds particular promise for rural areas in South Africa, where access to electricity is often limited. By turning waste into energy, biogas can address multiple issues simultaneously, including energy poverty, waste management, and environmental stability. In addition to that, the slurry which comes from the processed waste before it gives the gas is not thrown away, is super fertilizer, which answers to food security. The hackathon demonstrated the feasibility of deploying biogas solutions at both the household and community levels. Moreover, the event's focus on entrepreneurship ensured that participants considered the commercial viability of their solutions, thereby promoting the development of green business. This aligns with global trends towards fostering sustainable enterprises that contribute to both economic growth and environmental protection. Conclusion: the University of Venda's first ever Waste-to-Energy Biogas Student Hackathon proved beyond doubt to be a resounding success. It not only provided a platform for students to develop innovative solutions to local energy challenges, but also fostered an entrepreneurial mindset that will be crucial for future sustainable energy developments. Key outcomes included the development of viable prototypes, the cultivation of essential technical and entrepreneurial skills, and the promotion of gender inclusivity. Moving forward, there is significant potential to expand this hackathon model to other institutions and regions, thereby scaling the impact of biogas technology in addressing energy poverty and environmental stability sustainability in rural areas. And I end here. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Tinauer. I think this was a very interesting lesson that you learned through your project. I'm going to ask, are there any questions here on the floor? And how about online? Is there anyone that wants to ask a question to Professor Tinauer? I suppose that's because we are a little bit between the lunch and, but thank you very much, Professor Tinauer. I think this was an extremely interesting project that you share with us. Thank you. Another round of applause. Now we can move to Dr. Zimkita Mashlungulu. I'm very sorry if I pronounce it wrongly. So Zimkita is going to present a paper entitled Barriers and Facilitators to the Employment of People with Disabilities. Right, Zimkita? Okay. Maybe we can ask him, I'm not sure. Yes? Yeah?
This one.
I'll be quick. Sure, no problem. Do you need any assistance?
Yes, you can assist me with the.
Okay, I will change when you tell me.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
Excellent. I will be your assistant.
I'm sure people are hungry. No, I'll be very quick.
Excellent.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Zimkita. I am from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'll be very quick because I understand the time constraints. My topic is on the barriers and the facilitators on employment of people with disabilities in public service. So the outline of my paper, I will start with the introduction, and then I will give an outline on disability and employment. I will touch on selected policies on disability and employment, and then I will go to barriers and facilitators, and then following by strategies that can be used to access education for people with disabilities, and then it will be the conclusion and the references. People with disabilities are having challenges in accessing and maintaining employment. Although there is a lot of policies that exist in South Africa especially, however, their implementation is still a challenge. It is important to ensure that in order to maintain and access employment for people with disabilities, we look at three aspects, which is which is attitude, which is the built environment, and also the assistive technology. Okay, in terms of disability and employment, people with disabilities have lower access to employment than people without disabilities. In developing countries like South Africa, it is mostly you see people with disabilities like begging and charity cases rather than being professionals. And sometimes, although they are working, you find them that they're working in lower positions. Next one. And then the selected policies that I have chosen, it's not everything, it's just the ones that I think they are relevant. They include 3 international policies, which is the equalizing of opportunities for people with disabilities. It is a 22 rules document that was created by the United Nations in 1993. And then there is the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities that was adopted in 2006. We are looking at Article 27 on that talks on employment. And then the Sustainable Development Goals. Goal number 8, it talks of equality on employment and work for everyone. And then in terms of nationally in the country, I'm just looking at the Constitution, which promotes the inclusion of everyone, including people with disabilities. And then I am looking at the Employment Equity Act of 1998 that also promotes the inclusion of people with disabilities in the workplace. We also look at the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities that was adopted in 2016. And then lastly is the National Strategic Plan on Reasonable Accommodation, which is the latest document that talks on reasonable accommodation in 2020. So the barriers and facilitators that I will be presenting on, there are 3. It's attitudes, and then it's the built environment, and then the last one is assistive technology. So what happens is that when it's negatively connoted, it becomes a barrier, and then when it's positive, it's a facilitator. So it's like the 2 sides of the same coin. Okay, in terms of attitudes, attitudes are based on our past and current experiences as people. It is also important to note that beliefs and thoughts are influenced by emotions and our feelings. So attitudes can either be positive or negative. When they're positive, it's when a person with a disability in the workplace is supported, and then reasonable accommodation is offered to the person. And then when it's negative, it's when there's stereotypes, stigma and discrimination on the person with a disability. It is also important to ensure that and to note that attitudes do affect behavior. Okay. All right. Okay. The diagram here is just showing how attitudes are influenced by beliefs and thoughts, and then also how they influence the feelings and behavior. And yes. And then the barrier number 2, or the facilitator, is the built environment. The built environment, as we all know that now, currently, most buildings and public spaces are done based on the universal design approach, which is a design that originated from architecture by the guy called Ronald Mace, who was an architect and who was also having a disability. So what is happening is to ensure that all the public spaces and the buildings are accessible to everyone. So I've made an example for the curb cut effect, whereby an environment that was created for people with disabilities is now benefiting everyone in the process. For instance, in the picture that you see, you will see children with strollers, you will see people with disabilities, you'll see those with packages, the suitcases, the cyclers. So everyone, when you create for universal design, you are creating for everyone. Thank you. And then the last one is the assistive technology. I cannot talk about disability and leave out the assistive technology, because it's what is making it possible for people with disabilities to be able to participate in employment. It levels up and assists them to participate in almost the same level. So I will differentiate the assistive devices in terms of no technology, low technology, and high technology. In terms of no technology, I've used the examples of glasses or spectacles, of which most of us in the room are wearing spectacles. So there are an assistive technology that is assisting. And then also there is low-level technology, like the audiobooks and the talking calculators. And then the high level would include the text-to-speech softwares that are inserted on computers when a child with a disability or a person with disability is using. And then in terms of strategies that could be used to access work for people with disabilities, it means that we need to change our attitudes, because as I have noted that there's a lot of policies that are available in the country and beyond, but it is still difficult to operate those policies or to implement them because of our attitudes that are not changing. And then the environment must be accessible so that everyone, or the greatest number of users possible, are able to use it. And then we also talk of social support, whereby a person is able to be supported, whether it's in a family, at work, or in the community. Then we talk of reasonable accommodation. Sometimes assistive devices, they get to be expensive. So it is important to ensure that they are easily available with low cost. And then the last one in the employment is the career advancement. You find that in public service, sometimes you find people with disabilities working there, but they are in lower positions. They do not receive career advancement or any motivation, so they ended up quitting the workplace. So in conclusion, I'm just saying, in terms of work for people with disability, there is a challenge in maintaining and accessing. However, through changing of attitudes to making the environment accessible, and also through availing accessible technology, we can do better in terms of implementing the available policies. And these are the references I used, and it's the end. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. This was really, really informative. Is there any extremely quick question before? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This and a big round of applause. So I'm afraid I'm the ambassador of bad news. The bad news is that we're gonna postpone a little bit our lunch because we're gonna have the keynote right now in this venue, and then immediately after the keynote we can actually go there and have lunch and digest well. Unfortunately, colleagues, we are running out of time, but I don't see program coordinator. Okay, right. All right, thank you very much, colleagues, for your time and your attention. And now let the program coordinator. All right, excellent, perfect.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I won't even stay here for too long. We're going to have our closing lecture now on design thinking, innovation, and sustainability by Dr. Kavishna Nadrashal. I hope I'm saying it right. Please, apologies. Thank you so much. Come.
I can open my presentation on the desktop. On the desktop. Down a bit. No, no. Okay, that's fine. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kavisha Nandlal, and today I'm presenting Design Thinking as a Mindset for Change. My research on design thinking for sustainable development began in January 2019 at UKZN Business School, and it concluded at the beginning of 2022. One of the biggest challenges that societies face is being able to cohesively address challenges. And if we're serious about building a greater future, then we need to develop effective solutions that are needed to prevent a surge of irreversible conditions. In order to understand sustainable development, we first need to look at how the definitions of sustainable development has evolved over the years. And I'm not going to go through each one, But you can see how it's gone from ecological systems to the Brundtland, the 3 pillars, the MDGs. And at the moment, we are at the SDGs, and that's for the period 2015 to 2030. So in the UN member states took a decision in 2014 to articulate the SDGs. The SDGs 169 targets, and that is to assist with the 17 SDGs. In sub-Saharan Africa, extreme poverty is still relatively high. It's about 40.2%. And this is in comparison to 7.2% in the Middle East and North Africa, and 3.8% in Latin America and the Caribbean. Operationalizing the SDGs has been significantly challenging. And that is where most of the uncertainty is. Each of the Sustainable Development Goals was meant to represent a specific target. The OECD has put forward an action plan for achieving the SDGs. However, this involves direct involvement with the OECD and explores existing strategies, assistance with monitoring, and support for development, planning, and policy making. The multidisciplinary solutions approach required for the implementation of the sustainable development recognizes innovation as one of the key drivers of feasible change. I want you to take a moment and just try to understand, what is your understanding of innovation? And before we get into innovation, a few myths about innovation. Firstly, it's not necessarily R&D or tech. It's not finding the perfect idea. Not necessarily about building products and services. And one of the biggest myths is that some people stay away from innovation because they feel that it's only a certain amount of people that are able to innovate and come up with ideas. So one of the best definitions of innovation that I've seen over the years is innovation is a process of making changes to introduce something new that adds value. So we need to move away from the notion of innovation being only technology. So innovation starts with a concept, it moves towards a development, and finally to implementation. Those are the basics of the innovation cycle. So I want you to take a moment and think about what you see in the picture. The author of this LinkedIn post sees someone standing on the road, and his a view on this is on youth unemployment in townships, and that is the problem he sees, and the solution he sees is entrepreneurship. And we're going to come back to this later after we look at design thinking. So design thinking has a core focus on problem solving. The picture that you see in the middle represents a complex problem. And all of the issues highlighted in the SDGs can be considered to be complex problems where there isn't a clear pathway or a solution. So design thinking approaches a problem where for a single problem statement, there are multiple solutions. So a decision is made on which are the most feasible solutions. And each solution represents incremental changes. And the more solutions we find, the complex problem starts to unwind. So that's how innovation can make life better and simpler for us. So complex problems are ill-defined. Problems are multifaceted. Design thinking conceptualizes innovation, whereby the initial proposition from the unknown problem space can transcend to different conclusion in the solution space. Just very briefly, to look at how design thinking helps us to think differently. At the top of the picture, you'll see our minds, and our brain has different parts which is responsible for different things and different ways of thinking. So design thinking is known as human-centered because we focus on humans, which are referred to end users. And most people think rationally, which they start with a situation and they define goals and they develop ideas. But design thinking forges a new way of thinking, which is intuitive, which is it would be on your right, where you start with understanding the problem, where you define a point of view, you come up with ideas, and you develop a prototype. And when you apply your mind to design thinking, you'll see how different it is compared to other ways of doing things. The design thinking framework starts with a problem statement. It shouldn't be something as rigid. It is a gap between what is known and what is unknown. In the problem space, you'll see we start with design research and we go to defining the problem. The design research focuses on end user needs. And one of the main techniques that's used for design thinking, and it has an empathetic engagement with end users. We then move towards the solution space, where we then use what we define the problem as to come up with ideas and then prototype it and test it to move people forward. Now, coming back to this slide that we saw recently, previously, the author describes this post as the problem being youth unemployment in townships, and one of his ideas is entrepreneurship. So if you recall the human-centered way of thinking, now we are starting a design thinking with understanding. And now we're going to look at how design thinking is going to give us different outcomes to the way people usually think. So with design thinking, we would understand that this person doesn't represent unemployment in townships. What this person is actually doing is job seeking. And when you change your point of view and you redefine the problem, then you can come up with multiple solutions which are different to conventional ways of doing things. And then it is iterative, and then you keep going back and forth into trying to understand, why is this person doing this? Why is he standing on the roadside, holding up a sign, trying to get people's attention? That's not a conventional way of trying to find jobs. So as you actually interact with people and try to understand, uncover what their actual needs are, you might find things like they don't have access to Wi-Fi, they don't know how to network, they don't have a network, they don't understand the process of applying for jobs. So the solutions are then very different and are then tailored to meeting end user needs, rather than coming up with a solution from the top, such as one of the most common solutions for youth unemployment is entrepreneurship. So another example that I came across is, I'm sure many of you have experienced this before. On a Saturday morning, there was a young lady who came up to my house and she was looking for informal work. People are often walking around looking for little tasks to do. And she said that she has a small baby, she needs food and clothes, and she seemed willing and able. And I asked her, why doesn't she look around for a more stable job? Then she replied to say that she was from the outer areas and had to come closer to the city with her brother, and he went elsewhere and her belongings were displaced. So she said that she has a small baby who needs food and clothes. A lot of people would dismiss this because we see it quite often, and wouldn't try to analyze it with design thinking to actually uncover more insight into youth unemployment. So upon further inquiry, some of the insights into the problem I found was that one of the things that contributed to her behavior was that she said she lost her ID. So that is one of the reasons why she wasn't looking for a stable job, and she was going house to house trying to find something for a little money. She didn't have very good communication skills, and also she couldn't afford necessities for her baby. And I want you to, at this point, picture the complex problem and trying to find all of the difficulties that people experience. And some of the solutions to this is alternatives to ID verification process or for job placements, improving communication skills. And I think the last one is very important, and it could help a lot of people, is to create an NGO for the collection and distribution of baby necessities, which is quite a big cost for a lot of people. So from this, I want to share that you can see that we're finding small changes. So by leveraging small changes in a complex system, we can move people forward in their environment. So over time, we want to see people in an environment where they are able to thrive. So if you want to learn more about how design thinking works and how it's applied and understand more about design thinking, I released a new book about my research that I've done, and it's Innovation as an Alternative to Policy and Strategic Planning, Innovation as a Driver of Sustainable Development, Innovation as a bottom-up approach to achieving strategic objectives, and innovation as an enabler of entrepreneurship, that because ideas that are developed through design thinking have the potential to become a new business and create new entrepreneurs. I'm also trying to start a project for design thinking and sustainable development, for design thinking to address the SDGs. So if anyone's interested in joining that project, you can contact me if you're interested in partnering. Hey, thank you. Shall we take any questions? No question.
Thank you so much for such an informative presentation. We will allow just a few questions. If there are any questions on the audience or online, we don't want to forget our online attendees. Okay. None at all. Are you sure? It was clear, crystal clear. Going once, going twice. Sold. Thank you so much for that. Okay, I think in this last item, I would like to invite the conference chair, Professor Sitembiso Mieni, from UKZN, to do the synthesis and the closing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natemba. There's always been change of plans. So it's natural sometimes that you will change. There's not much synthesis that I will do because the conversation will continue even after the conference. So in that way, then I'm not going to have much to say except giving some directions and directives in terms of what will happen soon after this conference. But I think it's suffice to say we started our first day, which opened with a keynote lecture that discussed mission-oriented innovation in development in Africa. So in that lecture, it emphasized how mission-driven innovation could address critical challenges in Africa, whilst also in the post-crisis recovery, because we are all coming from COVID. In this case, the speaker highlighted the importance of aligning innovation with societal goals to promote resilience, sustainability, and equity. So some key points here included how African countries could adopt mission-oriented strategies to tackle systems issues such as inequality and the whole issue of infrastructure development, because that's one of the also other challenges that we are also facing. But he also emphasized the importance of moving beyond profit-driven models to focus on creating public value, because we need to redefine the role of the state while supporting sustainable development goals. So in this case, the way to achieve that would be through collaborations between governments, private sector, and academic institutions, which was underscored as crucial for driving meaningful innovation across the continent. So I think the issue of collaboration partnership is very important. But also, as the day progressed, then there were several rounds of breakaway sessions, each featuring parallel presentations. This session covered a range of topics related to innovation development. But amongst this discussion, one track focused on inclusive innovation and the role of IA and fourth industrial revolution technologies in enhancing public sector transformation, especially in an environment prone to crisis. So we're operating in a space that is prone to crisis in actual sense. So other presentation explored urban regeneration, discussing innovative approaches in housing and socio-economic benefits of public-private partnerships in municipal water provision. In addition, session examined the barriers and also enablers of innovation in local governance, with case studies on how smart cities and renewable energy system could leverage for sustainable development. So these discussions, somehow they provided what we call some practical insight in terms of how innovation could be operationalized to address governance and urban strategies, particularly within the context of South Africa. So I think those were part of the highlight in terms of what happened yesterday. But as also the conference was also live streamed, I'm sure that you can also get some of what has also happened. Because in the interest of time, because we're just given the fact that must be out by 2 here, because we decided that we want to make sure that we felt that we are going to lose our audience or delegate if we go for lunch and come back. That is why then we decided to do the way we did. But on the basis of that, I want to take this opportunity now to thank the UKZN executive that has allowed us to have this conference. But amongst other things, I think the support that we were able to canvas from the School of Built Environment and Development Studies under the leadership of Professor Kgalema. So we're really thankful for that. We also thank the Department of Science and Innovation for funding this kind of initiative and part of the projects that we are doing under the VVISDP. So we really appreciate of that funding that we received. And we also want to take an opportunity to also thank the CEO of the National Advisory Council on Innovation. He has taken his time to also to come to be with us here. We really appreciate, Dr. Cel, what you have done to be with us, to give us broad issues around where South Africa is going when it comes to STI. That is highly appreciated. We also want to thank our partners that we work with under the VVISDP. And we did not start that relationship under the VVISDP. In this case, the South African Local Government Association, who have been with us. We talk about municipalities. I'm sure that they normally help and assist a number of stakeholders in terms of promoting that relationship. We really appreciate. We have been part of us in the organizing committee and all others. We really appreciate that. Again, also want to take this opportunity to thank also our colleagues at the institution like the Human Sciences Research Council, also for a massive contribution and also that working relationship that has been existing for some time, more particularly under the team that I normally work with. We also want to thank our colleagues from CSIR, also on the basis of their contribution also in ensuring that this happens. And I also want to take this opportunity to also thank some of the colleagues from other public universities who have also been with us here. The University of the Northwest University. Thank you, Professor Paho, to be with us here and also playing a role in the scientific committee. Petras from University of Pretoria, you have also played a very crucial role. Dr. Mviane from MUT also played a very crucial role to be with us here. Sanel Mbambo from UFS, University of Free State, also played a very great role here to be with us. We really appreciate that. Whilst also not forgetting some of our international or global scholars who have also presented very insightful presentations, from Nora Clinton, the likes of Johann Scott, Professor Daniels, from that TIPC group. I think they've also been very helpful in shaping some of our. We also thank the eThekwini municipality because we are under their jurisdiction here. They've also graced us with their time to be with us here. We really appreciate that. But by and large, I don't want to leave out members of the scientific committee and also local organizing committee who also played a very critical role in whatever that we have done to make this successful. But I think our largest participants to this has been authors and contributors. Because without authors and contributors, we wouldn't have had those presentations that we had in those breakaway sessions and also presentations that we had in our plenary. We really appreciate the time that you have taken to share with us what you're researching in different spaces. I think we also realized that for some of you, it provided that opportunity and also space. We will want to see that conversation, those conversations going forward, because I'm sure that some can also help in terms of shaping whatever that you are doing in relation to that. Then, lastly, I want to end with some few announcements and way forward, because I think there's a bigger question in terms of where to from here. I think that's what academics will always ask, where to from here? Are you treating this as an event or are you treating this as a process? Meaning that, is it ending now? I would want to declare that it's not our intention that it should end. Even though it was informal with my dean yesterday, but I'm not sure that he was giving me an instruction or his thinking, but if it was his instruction and his thinking, it was positive in a sense that he said, I will want this conference to continue. That means to say, if that is the case, then that means to say we'll have a next round of this conference, because issues which we are discussing here are critical issues. And also again, as we have already indicated that we are working in a space, if you look at the space where issues around science, technology, and innovation is discussed, you'll find that there are few people around that space. So I think Dr. Cele also indicated that people will also want to understand the progress that has been happening within that space in terms of science, technology, and innovation. I'm happy also to announce that we'll be having a roadshow here in KwaZulu-Natal. So there's a relationship that is existing between the University of KwaZulu-Natal and NACI. So the STI indicators report will be presented in detail. For those who are around KwaZulu-Natal, they will have an opportunity to because the report was launched by the minister somewhere around August. So therefore, there will be a roadshow of that somewhere around November, but there will be that communication going on there. So we will appreciate your presence. We'll also be sharing with you in terms of, we'll be communicating with you in terms of when that should also happen then. So we'll have that then. I know that academics will also want to know in terms of what will happen in terms of their contributions and so forth. I think we've highlighted initially that we'll make sure that there is an accredited conference proceeding report that will also be sharing with you colleagues. So meaning that there will be a communication that will be going on. But I'll also want to urge those who would have received some comments, more particularly in their papers, to make sure that you address that. Don't just say, now that we have presented, it was the end of the world. No, let's continue, because we're all, I think you recall that the issue around the co-creation and the co-production of knowledge is very important. So we need that knowledge that is in that paper so that you can be able to share largely. Part of the members of the scientific committee, they've also instructed me to also share with the delegates that they should start to look out. There is a book coming on transformative innovation for human settlement in South Africa, so which gives us a South African experiment for those who are working on housing, human settlement space, and so forth. So there's that forthcoming book somewhere around November. So I think it's also contributing to some of the discussion that we're also been with them here. So with all those being said, colleagues, I would want to invite, if that's the correct word that I'm using, or I will want colleagues to continue with the relationship that they have started here. If there has been a relationship or collaborations or exchange of information that has already started here, to continue with that. But with us, or on behalf of the team, we'll continue to communicate with you and also alert you of some of the activities that we normally embark on. If then you are working for a municipality, I would also want to emphasize this, that you need to go back in your municipality and check whether are they enrolling themselves in what they call Municipal Innovation Maturity Index. Because if your municipality is not enrolling itself from a Municipal Innovation Maturity Index, somehow in an innovation space, you are left out. Why I'm saying you are left out? Because that kind of an initiative, we will be planning another event called Municipal Innovation Recognition Awards, where we normally recognize and award municipality who will have participated to that. But also on the other hand is also what we call DSI, some of the funding models that they have, where if you have enroll yourself to Municipal Innovation Maturity Index, then you can be able as a municipality to apply for that fund then. So I felt let me just share that with you. I've got my colleagues from SALGA who are working around that space. So please make sure that I have heard in different circles that there's always this constructed concept they call survey fatigue. We appreciate that it is there, but how can we be able to generate knowledge if we also don't come to you to look for that? Let us not allow ourselves to be exposed to this constructed concept when we know that we have got grand societal challenges that we have to address in our country. So that's why in most cases, we normally argue that in whatever space that you are, you must know that you are a driver and you are an agent of change. So if you start in a position where you want to reject anything that comes to you, are you really taking seriously, or you really want to contribute in solving the problems of our country? That's the question that you should be asking yourselves. So with that said, colleagues, I would want to say, I've noted that we not so much, and I'm given an instruction by our, are you a photographer or a cameraman? We're a photographer, okay. My photographer instructed me that we can take a group picture. I'm not sure how he's going to do that, but he said to me, he will do that. I will also appreciate to have that group picture, because for me, it will serve as an evidence. Not only for me, but for all of us. As long as you appear in the picture, then it will serve as an evidence. And the fact that we are saying we will want to continue with this event in the forthcoming years, then you will start to say you are part of when it started, isn't it? So we want to call you colleagues soon after I finish to come and take a group picture. But with all those words, siyabonga kakhulu as a team of UKZN, the scientific committee and the organizing committee. Thank you.